Trustee Bear? Trustee Bettinger? Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Knudsen?
Here.
Trustee Meck? Trustee Pattison?
Here.
Mayor Bacher? Oh.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. I did speak to him on the phone as I was coming home, and I haven't had a chance to read this, but he was saying that he was reiterating what he was saying in his email. And his points basically are, if the committees do not have any decision-making capabilities, then committee structure is okay to have subcommittees. If the committees are simply advisory to the board, as long as they're not duplicating staff efforts, then it's good to have committees as well. The liability comes when committees are starting to give direction to staff outside of, what the town administrator is saying. So he said, be very careful with roles and responsibilities. You need to write up descriptions for each of the committees, including their roles and responsibilities in that description. And then if you stick to that, and then to every time you have a new board or whatever, you need to do training with the new board members so that everyone is really clear on what the roles and responsibilities are. But if you want, we can take a minute and just scan this. But we can go ahead and get started with board meeting structure, which is what we have at the top of our agenda. Did you have anything you wanted to bring to this, Bo, before we get going?
No. Frankly, my goal was that this would be a little bit more organic in terms of coming from the trustees, in terms of what you feel like is working, not working, and then if there are some resolutions that are put forth, either my office would put those together or we would review them, paying attention to the direction and what the exposure or pitfalls would be kind of as a part of that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the question is out there, what's working and what is not? Anybody want to chime in and start the discussion? Dave.
I've given a lot of thought to this. One thing that is not working is the length of our meetings, going to 11 o'clock plus at night. The other thing is that in checking with a bunch of other towns and looking at a bunch of models, it's unusual for a public body to essentially have a public hearing on every single agenda item. In essence, an agenda item is now opened up for public input every time an agenda item comes up. And I think that's one of the reasons the meetings take so long, and it tends to be a back and forth. I've looked at a model that was really interesting from Pima County and also from Tucson, Arizona. In both those cases, I think one of the principles that's really important is that, to me, each of us as 7 members of the board have been elected to make decisions and move the town forward. And we do that in a deliberative way in public. So in Pima County and Tucson, they conduct their meetings agenda item by agenda item as the board discusses, works through, and makes decisions. At the end of the meeting, in both cases, then the public can make comment on any agenda item that happened during that meeting, but they would have seen and had the benefit of seeing how those elected officials have thought about the issue and what they've decided, rather than coming in more initially. The board then considers the public comment, and if they feel like, oh, we made a mistake or we overlooked something that someone from the public brought in, they're totally free to revisit that item at their next agenda. But that was one model that I think really reinforces, like, I'm really frustrated as a board member right now. I feel like the tail is wagging the dog, that we can't pay attention to priorities, that we get pulled off track on a lot of things. We also have good points from the public, but for us to drive priorities of how we want to see the town move ahead, it's very hard to do that in the context of what we're doing now. And I think in a lot of the meetings, what's not working for me is vicious public comment that attacks people, an assumption of negativity that comes from the beginning of the comments, rather than questioning or trying to find out what's going on. So that's kind of a long thought process, but I just wanted to throw that out for people to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Would anyone else like to chime in?
Well, you know, in some respects, Dave, I believe you're correct. Well, the meetings have been long. The public does have a lot to say during the meetings. However, we work for the public. The public has every right to speak, and I think at the end of the day, that if we don't give the public the right to speak, the issues will continue to fester, and they will raise their head in other means. So, yeah, it's kind of hard. Yeah, we get through it, and the public gets their say. So, they do take long. They are hard to listen to sometimes because the meetings drag on. But at the end of the day, it gets pretty well hashed out, and we can move forward on the next meeting.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? Yeah. Mick?
Yeah, and I don't think Dave is saying not to give the public their voice. I think he's saying that if we can wait till the end of the meeting, maybe we have already discussed that point during the meeting, so to clarify their question on that. So.
Yes, Bill.
However, once the council votes, it votes. That issue is no longer on the table. That is the problem with not allowing the people to speak at the time the issue is before us.
Yeah, Mick.
But there's always time for the public to speak on that item before we vote on it. So again, the public will get their chance to speak their mind on that item.
As long as they get a chance to speak on the item before we vote.
Okay. Yes, Dave.
I'm hearing what Trustee Bear is concerned about, and that is that we may have made decisions without fully considering public input. And I'm really not suggesting by this method that we do that. First of all of our agendas are published well in advance of the meeting, so if public members feel strongly about it, and this is what I really appreciate, some members have been sending us well thought out emails. We got one just this week about ADRs that I thought was really well written. And so anyone in the public can give us really solid input that way. What I'm concerned about is the reaction. It's a, you know, there's an event, and then as human beings, we have an emotional reaction to it. And it seems like that's a lot of what can drive some public input. I'm not saying that public, I think what Trustee Bear is suggesting, maybe there's a way to look at both and here rather than either or. perhaps there is now a part at the beginning of the meeting where someone can comment on anything that's not on the agenda. And then we get into old business. So why don't we have a public comment period right before old business on any of the agenda items under old business. Then we discuss and make decisions. Then we go into new business. Public comment on new business, any agenda item, and then new business. I'm just trying to discipline us so we hear public comment at once. We can absorb that. And then when we're deliberating about it, we can say, well, you know, this is what I heard from the public. This is what I heard. We could more thoughtfully deliberate that as we go through. So that's another option.
Thank you, Dave. I did send to all the board members information that I got from CML about public meetings. Every town listed in this is about the same size as Paonia. And I have called around the area to see how the other communities around this area run their meetings. And with the exception of Montrose, every other entity has a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, and then the board does their business. Now, I found it interesting, your Pima, Arizona thing. There's something like that in these, where one had a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, and then another public comment period at the end of the meeting, so that, again, people could comment on what has taken place, and then if we need to bring the item back, we can bring the item back. But in Montrose, they schedule their meetings till 11 o'clock at night. So that's typical. That's just their schedule, and then they can extend those meetings beyond 11 o'clock at night. But the way we are doing things is not the norm. It doesn't seem to be best practices across the board, not only for Colorado and the small communities in Colorado, but when I went out and looked at this issue, 8 months ago, this is the national best practices say public input at the beginning of the meeting, then the board does their business. And the public can comment on anything, every agenda item at the beginning of the meeting. And that's the only time. Yes, Karen.
In what you sent, that they were registering to speak on agenda items at before the meeting starts, so that you can actually call on the public to have their say before the meeting starts. But then they wouldn't. I don't know if that precludes them talking about other items that are not on the agenda or what,
Yeah.
but at least it's registered.
And I think that, too, is also, some of this stuff was referring to public hearings, and the registration seemed to be more in line with public hearings and registering to speak at a public hearing versus just on the agenda.
This was for meetings as well.
I think they were kind of,
on an item.
yeah,
Yeah.
but Dave.
I've noticed in the Delta County School District, there's a real disadvantage for having people register in advance. Because what happens is you can have a group of people that have one point of view come in and fill the registration sheet. And then you as a board have not had the benefit of a broad perspective. And I like the way we do it now, where you say, who wants to speak on this? And people raise their hands and they can come forth. You know, I just want to be careful about the registration, because that's cumbersome for staff, and I think it's cumbersome for the public.
Michelle.
So I agree with Dave on the registration. I also would say, as a member of the public attending these meetings, it used to take me some time to work up the courage to speak. So I would, if I could only speak when registered, that would probably discourage some of the feedback we might receive otherwise. So I would not be in favor of registration. Otherwise, I do see benefits to doing public comment in blocks. I think we could tighten up our meeting structure and how we're able to move through agenda items and follow the actual Robert's rules for each agenda item if we don't get into those back and forth discussions. But my main concern with doing that is making sure that members of the public still feel heard on each agenda item. So if we move that direction, I would like to see us also adopt some really clear and transparent policies about how and when the board would respond to that public comment, and what we do with comments received in advance, when they need to be received, how we incorporate them into our packets. I just think it would help the public a lot to have better information on what we're going to do with the information we receive, because sometimes it feels like it just goes into a black hole and people don't necessarily receive good feedback.
Other comments, thoughts, ideas, wishes, hopes, desires? Yes, Dave?
Well, wishes, hopes, and desires is that we actually have meetings that don't use 19th century technology, but actually go to 20th century. And I know there's a need for following discipline when we're trying to make decisions, but there's also time for people to process and actually have debates and dialogue. And some of the stuff, I've been working with a group called Braver Angels, and they're trying to bring together people that are typically polarized to at least have discussions across polarization. Some of their techniques are really neat as far as people being heard, which I think speaks to Michelle's concerns. So possibly a section of the meeting where it's like a round table and it's more like a discussion, or it is, back and forth between, those kind of things. Because a lot has been done in facilitation in the last 30, 40 years that I think helps people make better decisions and more well-rounded decisions, rather than my way or the highway kind of debates, which it can devolve into.
Okay, other ideas? So, yes, Bo.
So one approach that I've seen is that when an agenda item is opened, a municipality will have that before there's a motion or anything from the board. We'll open it up and allow for the public comment. So that will allow for the trustees to get some input when they're going through the debate. So open it up for public comment first, then close the public comment and have the debate or discussion amongst the trustees.
All right, Bo, help me understand how that is substantially different from what we do now.
Usually the way that we do it now is we open it up, we have the trustees have their discussion and debate, and then we open it up to public comment. And what I think that does is it gets 2 or 3 rounds in terms of, oh, well, that's a really good point, let's take this up. And so maybe you get that input from the public first and foremost, and then that helps your deliberative process for that specific agenda item versus the back and forth that I believe we see some.
Okay. All right. Yes, Dave.
Thank you. I like that idea because what happens with us, and I see we do this a lot in meetings where we have all these additions to our motion that we try to make an addendum to the motion and this and that, and then something else happens, and then we again, if we see the public comment first, I think our motion can be a lot more solid. And that's also a way to address Trustee Patterson's question about does the public feel heard. When the public sees that their input has influenced the way we make a motion, I think that is very reinforcing.
Okay. Well, I might disagree with you, Dave, in that I don't think that the public comment has added to amendments to the agenda, to a motion. When we started strictly following Robert's rules, where a motion had to be put on the table prior to any discussion being done, that's when we had most of the amendments. But even now, even prior to any kind of public comment, it seems like we're getting amendments to the motions prior to that. So I just see it a little differently, that's all. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I would say I mostly agree with Dave on this. I think that if we could maybe not follow Robert's rules exactly, adopt a different set of rules, but for each agenda item, start by taking public comment and then give the board the opportunity to deliberate and discuss, and then take a motion once that process is complete. I do think that would streamline us quite a bit and probably eliminate some of the confusion with motions and the back and forth that we have now.
Yes, Dave.
I do remember several comments from the public, and some of them are here now, reminding us of process, reminding us of rules, reminding us of what the MUNA code says, and we're going, oops, you know, and so it can be really helpful.
Yeah. And I'm fine with abandoning, you know, the real strict interpretation of Robert's rules. I think we started that when we had our first retreat and talked about Bob's rules of order, which are less strict than Robert's. But as Trustee Bear pointed out, it says in our bylaws or in our ordinances that we will follow Robert's rules. So we need to change that if we're going to change that. We need to delineate that specifically.
Mayor?
Yes, Bill.
You know, the Robert's Rules of Order came about because of in order to derive structure to a meeting. I think that before we stray very far from following the Robert's Rules, we need to give it a lot of thought, because we go to Bob's rules, and then where do we go from there if we don't like it? Robert's Rules seems like a gold standard, and I would frankly be upset if we changed them.
But it sounds like what we're talking about is amending Bob's rules or Robert's rules because Robert's rules does not incorporate public comment, period, aside from that time at the beginning of the meeting. So that if we change our deliberative process such that we take public input, then the board deliberates, and then there is a motion on the table, that is absolutely against Robert's Rules of Order. Yeah, Michelle.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm in agreement with that, and I would say we've done a pretty poor job of following Robert's Rules of Orders strictly as is. So I think finding a system that we can follow consistently and that works for the board and for the public would be a better choice at this point than trying to move to a system that we have not yet implemented properly.
Bill, did you want to say something? Okay. All right. So, would anyone like to propose a change in meeting structure that we can try out? I mean, even try it out tonight and see if it works tonight, and then see if it suits our purposes and does what we want it to do. I think the other part that I'm having problems with, and I think Dave touched on this, is the negativity and the vicious comments that are being brought forward by the public, especially towards staff. And that it says in our protocols that you can't make personal attacks, but sometimes it's so vague that it's hard for me personally, to call the person on it. So, and I don't know how to start curtailing that. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a broken record on this, but I really think a lot of what is perceived as vicious commenting or attacks comes from someone bringing something up time and time again and not feeling heard on that subject. And if that happens a couple of times, you start to get angry. And I think if we can do a better job of communicating that, yes, we hear this concern, and yes, this is exactly our next step to deal with that, that would drive a better relationship between the board and the public.
Okay. Well, I tend to disagree with that a little bit, because comments that are brought forward that the board does not support and consistently does not support, then the comments keep resurfacing, even though the board obviously is not going to support that. Karen, did you want to say something?
I think that some of the reason that might happen is because we're precluded from responding. I mean, when we have our public time for announcements, anything that's not on the agenda, people say what they're going to say. And we sit here and say thank you. And that's it. And we cannot refute, We cannot debate. We cannot say, well, here's the real facts. And so the public is telling us. And it's not that they're not heard, it's that we're not responding. And I intended this for later, but I'm going to go ahead.
Okay.
This is a question of privilege, so I'm going to go a little off topic here. I have been a board member.
Karen?
Yes.
Speak into the microphone.
I have been a board member and a trustee and on the finance committee for the last 5 years. And lately there has been an air of suspicion and criticism coming from the community that disturbs me. Some of this may be due to the town's history. And many of you who are new might not know it, or you heard it about rumors. But here's what happened. More than 10 years ago, an employee embezzled approximately $400,000 from the town. Some contractors were paid in cash, checks were issued without authorization, audits were 3 years behind, town credit cards were used for non-town purchases, even a purchase from Victoria's Secret. The employee involved was charged, found guilty, and is still making court-ordered restitution. But that amount will never be fully paid back. It took the town a lot of time and effort to recover from that, both financially and in getting back the community's trust. Since then, the board has changed, the administration has changed, and Cindy Jones has been hired as finance director. Stricter controls have been implemented, and many procedures have changed. Now, every dime received or spent is accounted for and is shown on the monthly financial statements. Grants and other restricted funds are kept in separate bank accounts, and every bank account is reconciled every month. Credit card purchases are itemized for all to see. Gasoline fill-ups are reported by license plate number of the vehicle getting the gas. Payments for every purchase, no matter how large or small, are reviewed and approved by the board before a check is issued. Every check, no matter how small, must have 2 signatures on it. I cannot stand by and let false accusations of malfeasance and corruption in the town be made without a challenge. These charges are without merit and more questionable when made within minutes of the outside auditor's report on the soundness of our financials and the accuracy of our controls. The town budgets and expends about $3 million a year. These current charges are about coffee, less than $100 a month, and certainly within the town administrator's authority. The state statute says that any effort to realize personal financial gain through public office other than compensation provided by law is a violation of that trust. Personal financial gain. No one is buying coffee in quantities so that they can take it home or sell it out the back door. If the Board of Trustees decides that the town should not supply coffee, that's their prerogative. However, if the board decides that coffee is and has been part of the town hall amenities for the staff, police, and meeting attendees, then coffee is part of office and meeting supplies. No one person benefits. Sort of like toilet paper. I respect and appreciate the community's interest in the town's activities and how the town is run. If there is a serious question or concern, it should be brought to the town and it will be investigated, reported, and appropriate changes made. In the meantime, a little civility would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So, back to meetings and the way meetings are run. If we try to have citizen input, open it up, have the agenda item, have citizen input first, board discussion. Now, the back and forth, my only concern with that is it can be a back and forth and it can be an argument and a debate, and that just eats up a lot of time and doesn't really isn't productive in a lot of ways because it is just a back and forth. So perhaps if the citizens' comments can be addressed by the board when the board discusses the issue, then maybe that's a way to recognize what the citizens are saying in our deliberations without getting into a back and forth which may not be fruitful. Bill, you're looking kind of skeptical over there. Talking to the mic, Bill.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. And like I said, we can try this tonight. I mean, we can institute it tonight, give it a try. Our resolution says that things can change. I mean, it's not written in stone that we have to do this. We can make adjustments to this. So we could try that system tonight and see if it actually suits our purposes and gets us where we need to go. What does the board think about that? Yes, Dave.
Oh, poor Mary. She's waiting for someone to respond, so I might as well. First of all, we already have a recognition of visitors and guests and at the beginning, and that's typically on any agenda item.
No, that's anything that's
not on the agenda. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. What if, in addition to recognition of visitors and guests, we have a sub-item that says board response? So in other words, whatever anyone said in that, then any board member that feels they want to respond. Now, this isn't a back and forth.
Okay.
And you don't have the citizen coming back up and saying, well, I said this.
Okay.
What it is we've heard a lot of things that are not on the agenda. Then the board has a chance to respond to that group of comments, not comment by comment. Each of the 4 or 5 people that want to comment about things that are not on the agenda can comment. And then there's a board response part where any member of the board can then say, like Michelle has done on several times, I think we should put that on the agenda and we vote on it, you know, that kind of thing. So it shows immediate action.
Right.
So that's one suggestion. The second one is we have a lot of stuff on new business. And so I think conducting unfinished business in the way we always have, you know, where we take the agenda item, we make a motion, we ask for public input, and then we vote on it. The unfinished business could be done that way. But when it comes to new business, what we try is a 20-minute period of any member of the public who wants to comment on any of the new business can comment at this time. And then we stop public input and conduct each of those 5 items or 6 items that are on new business. And then as we're discussing, that would be the chance for us to respond to the public and saying, well, you know, when we get to the marijuana ordinance, one person commented this, I think we should make this change. And so we have a new business section for public comment. Anyone can comment during that time on any or all of the agenda items, because I know some members have an opinion on every single one, and this is a chance for them to come up and say that. So that's what I'd suggest, that we could try and just see how it works. See how the public reacts to that.
Okay.
See if they think that's okay or not okay. And then at the end of the meeting, I think it's important that we invite the public to send us emails or send an email to the town, you know, to the town administrator. What did they think of this new thing? What was good about it? What didn't they like about it? That would help us deliberate more and give them time to think about, well, did I like that? Did I not like that? Because we will do what we have done with the unfinished business, and then we'll try the new system with the new business.
My only comment on that is, as the facilitator, I'm old. So being able to have trying to run 2 separate processes, I think it'd be confusing for me, and it may be confusing for the public as well. So I think if we're going to change our processes, then maybe what we do is the same thing on old business, is we don't have that many unfinished business items. 10 minutes. Have the public comment on any item under unfinished business. Then we go ahead and run through it. Do the same thing on new business so that
Yeah.
the process is the same throughout. So we have
Gotcha.
some consistency.
That makes it easier for you. I agree with
Tammy.
that. Okay.
So looking at 6 items, if somebody's going to comment on, and I think there would be people out there who would do this, and I would encourage them to comment on everything, I think we're right back to long meetings. You could have somebody get up and just talk and talk and talk, and I think that's a risk we run. Yes, everybody needs to be heard. We need to hear these comments. But if somebody stands up to comment on 6 items, would there be a no time limit?
No, I think we need to institute a time limit. And so like last minute, the last meeting where we had 3 minutes per person, I've been kind of tracking this unofficially as we have gone along probably for the last couple of months just to see how often or how long comments are. Most comments are far less than 3 minutes. So I think on 6 agenda items, when there are a lot of agenda items, maybe we make it 4 minutes apiece, but that there is a time limit on everyone's speech. And they get up, they talk once, and that's it during each of these sections. So they can talk about items not on the agenda during visitors and guests. They talk about unfinished business during unfinished business. They talk about new business during new business, but they can only talk once during each of those sections. And then there's, like I say, a 3 or 4 minute time limit on everybody when they do that.
One concern, of course, is someone that wants to talk on more than one agenda item. But, maybe the way we can manage this, at least to start, would be how many agenda items are there? And we multiply that by 5 minutes. So, for instance,
No, not by 5 minutes.
No, just hear me out. So, for instance, unfinished business, there's 2 agenda items. So we're allowing public comment for 10 minutes. On new business, there are 6 items, so we'd allow 30 minutes of public comment. Then you can do your thing and say, how many people want to comment? And look at the hands.
And then divide.
We've got 30 minutes, so then they get that time. And it would expand the amount of minutes that a person could talk,
Okay.
And
Yes. Yeah, Michelle.
I just wanted to add a couple things on that. I don't love the idea of limiting each person to one time to speak, because I do think that we've had some instances where one member of the public says something that really sparks an idea in another member of the public who may have already spoken, but they have some really good information to add. So as long as they haven't used up their entire time or however we want to manage that, I don't think we need to limit to one time per person strictly, as long as we can stay within our commenting period. And then the other comment I had on that was we've also got staff reports, treasurer's report, disbursements, consent agenda. Public may have comments on those things, so we need to make sure we're getting that in there somewhere and giving people an opportunity to comment on those pieces as well.
And maybe that can be under visitors and guests, that those 3 items can be during that very first comment period. So it's anything that's not on the agenda as well as the first, those 3 ones. And then the question is, how much time do we want to allot to that? I cannot remember in our, because we do have time limits set on this.
Mayor,
Yes, Bo.
I'm sorry. I'm going to be a total wet blanket here. And I can totally appreciate kind of doing an experiment and seeing how things ebb and flow. My only fear as somewhat of a neutral observer is I'm already kind of having a hard time tracking what you're looking at for the rules tonight. And I think it might be best if you guys do get some direction that we write it up and we let the public know, hey, this will be the game plan for the next meeting. Fortunately, we don't have a public hearing or anything tonight, but I still feel like kind of based on, we do have a potential visitors and guests and stuff like that. And, sometimes people come in to a meeting late because they know that their item is a new business item. And so I would hate to have it where they show up at 7 and then that comment period is closed. And so I'm totally comfortable with you guys moving forward with the debate. But that being said, I would suggest that you kind of get something written down. If you want to do it at the next meeting, go for it. But have the rules lined out before the meeting. So.
That's a fair point, Blue. So then, are we generally in agreement to try the system where people can speak under recognition of visitors and guests on anything that is not on the agenda, as well as staff reports, treasurer's report, and disbursements, and consent agenda? Then there is another public comment period at the beginning of unfinished business, and it is, what'd you say, 5 minutes times each agenda item? And then there's another public comment period at the beginning of new business, same thing, for the next meeting.
But you're asking the public to comment on items that are in the future, or not being dealt with currently.
It's their opinion about all the items under new business. So for example, it's all in the packet, so people can read the same information that we're getting, and then they can comment on that, and then we discuss it. And hopefully incorporate, or at least mention and incorporate whatever the public has said in our discussions.
Well, I think that this whole thing is an attempt to separate, my opinion only, to separate the public from the action. So, be that, this is kind of the way Pellenu's always done the thing. I would really hate to see our attempt to separate the public from the intimate action that goes on. Perhaps we open the motion, make a motion to open the subject, and at that point the board discusses. We have a short, and you could limit the time for public input on it, and then we close it. But the public has to have a right to comment on each issue, my opinion.
Thank you, Bill. All right. What does the board feel about trying out the new system? Bill says, no, he likes it the way it is. What about the rest of the board? Yeah, Dave.
Let's try it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, setting it up, writing it up, making sure we have it, making sure that it's out there for the public, and then doing it at the next meeting. All right. Want to make a motion, Dave?
Well, I think it's a work session. Can we make a motion during a work session?
Yeah. So we're okay.
Oh, we are, okay. I'd like to move that we ask staff to prepare a written summary of this decision so that it can be made to the public and also be posted on our agenda for the next meeting. Mm-hmm. That the beginning of the meeting, during recognition of visitor and guests, the public is invited to comment on anything that's not on the agenda or staff reports, treasurer's reports, disbursement, or the consent agenda. During unfinished business, there is again period of public input, and they can comment on any of the agenda items under unfinished business. In addition, there would be a public input process for new business, and members of the public would be invited to comment before the board embarks on new business. I would like to add that at the end of the meeting, that after the committee reports, that any member of the public be allowed a short period of time to comment on the process of the meeting, okay, or any of the decisions that were made.
Okay. Do we have a second?
That would go until about 2 a.m.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor? Yeah. Come ahead, Suzanne. Oh, it's on. We can hear you.
First of all, it would have been nice. It's
Oh,
Oh, I see it's green.
okay.
It would have been nice to have this information in the packet. It sounds like you kind of had this pre-thought out. Okay, you just wrote it. Okay, during this discussion. Okay, wow, a lot of information there. So the public is not a mind reader. And if I came to this meeting tonight and I see board meeting structure, I had no idea of what was going to be discussed just now. I had no idea about these ideas that you were going to bring up. And it would be completely unfair to ask me to comment on something that I have no idea that what you're going to be discussing about. Sometimes these meetings, the agendas are really vague. The topics are very, very vague. I want to talk about Robert's rules too. And you saying that we aren't following Robert's rules if we allow a round robin before each topic. No, you're allowed as a chair to say, I'm suspending Robert's rules. We're going to do a round robin before we start formalizing this process. It's up to you to do this, and I believe that Robert's rules, there's a fly.
There's one here too.
Does allow that. So I think the mechanism is just becoming a little bit more skilled as the meeting chair. I want to say, the length of the meetings, I think you are putting things on the agenda that are wasting everybody's time. And an example of this is the dark skies ordinance. You're not using the boards and commissions that we have in place that could have been looking at this to begin with. That would have been the Planning Commission. It's a land use ordinance, technically, and it should go through that vetting process of your Planning Commission before it even comes to the board. You spent an immense amount of time going through it, trying to hash the basic details that I believe an involved Planning Commission could have helped you with before it came to you. So consider using the boards and commissions a little bit more. You don't have to do everything, especially if it doesn't apply to you. And that would be staff direction that you'd be getting from a staff that's knowledgeable in our codes. The discussion of negativity. There's nothing in the resolution that says, it says you should refrain from obscene language and personal attacks. I don't think the public feels that they're personally attacking. I believe the public can see their problems that they've recognized, and they're feeling frustrated that the board doesn't seem to see them. And the ability to bring them forward to you in a public session where everybody can hear is really important. Talking about emailing comments for you, how do I get to see what everybody else has emailed? You know, sometimes seeing other people's comments or even hearing them sparks that debate that we get a much better resolution. An example is the street lights that went in. You know, we could have had these really blue street lights, but because of a lot of public comment and participation with each other, we came up with probably the most progressive streetlight system in the whole DMEA area. And I think we should be proud of that. And it wasn't easy, it wasn't fun, it felt stressful, but that's what came of it. So Bob's rules, look at them closely and be very familiar with them before you think about adopting them. Bob's rules doesn't let you explain your vote. I don't know if you're aware of that, but there's some things that you might not like in Bob's rules. So I find I was happy to hear Bo Nerlin advise that you wait on this, because what you're proposing sounds very confusing to an unprepared audience, or it sounded very, very confusing to me, and I think it's going to be very difficult to get used to, especially when there are topics of great importance that people feel on the agenda. And then aside from that, limiting that public comment in that designated section of the meeting, and telling people that it's, I almost think that you're being a little bit, attacking the public itself. And you have to be careful of that as board members. The public does not, because the public is protected by First Amendment rights. So be cognizant of that and be very careful. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne. Anyone else would like to comment? Paige.
Page Smith, 215 Delta Avenue, and I just want to follow up on what Suzanne said about email. Sam Light was very clear when you had your session with him, is that email is public information. And he asked, what's your repository for email? And to my knowledge, there is no repository for email that I can go see. And I email quite a bit, and I might hear from 2 people back. And I have to pull teeth to get it put into the packet. So I think there's a real black hole going on with email, but yet you want us to use email to get our comments forth, but they're not always being provided to the public. And so that, again, is not part of the public process. Every email should be made public, and there should be a place where I can go see all the email that's been submitted, mine and other people's. And the other thing I want to point out is, I apologize if I seem negative, but I think you need to understand that oftentimes the public that comes to this microphone is giving you information that you need to know about the decisions you're making, because in some cases we have an experience that your staff does not. So if you start cutting people off and they don't have a chance to come back after you've had a discussion on an ordinance, you may be going down the wrong road. And this person, myself, or others are bringing you information that they have based on their life experience, world experience, education, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas, I think you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you. So a couple things I want to start with. My first question is, it's a rhetorical question. Who are you serving? Why are you here, right? Because it is my understanding that you're here to serve the public. So, and it may not be in the public's best interest to have a whole lot of people up here talking and taking up a whole bunch of time. But please keep in mind at all times that you are here for us, not vice versa, okay? Second, anyone in America can come to this podium and say anything they want. That's really cool. That's a First Amendment right. And I think that that's extremely important to recognize that and support it. And sometimes people might be angry, and I know that in my brief research, CIRSA speaks to this. You know, sometimes meetings can be very contentious, and there are topics, I don't think that it happens here very often, but there are topics where people's livelihoods and homes and businesses are at stake. Those decisions get made here, and you cannot expect someone to sit here and be calm and cheerful and polite at every interaction, and they have no obligation to. Regarding the timing of public comment, I think that if you receive comment before, say, the skate park, right? If you say anybody have an opinion on the skate park before Jay gets up and tells us all about it, and all the other people in support of it who are there on the agenda to speak, say anything, what you'll get from me is an uninformed opinion. And I don't know how useful that will be to you. I do feel like sometimes people's minds get changed here. I think that it's happened quite a bit, to me at least, where I hear somebody say something and I'm like, no, you're totally right. Like, yep, I was wrong, you're right, thank you, right? And I think that that's the really valuable thing that happens when discussion occurs. We come to maybe not consensus, but we come to a motion. We all move together, right? So I think that criticism is a really important part of that. It's important to say, good job, but, you know, negativity can be beneficial. You know, when you always phrase something in like, good job, no but, it really limits somebody's growth. I always look every time we have a guest come into my place, and I get the opportunity to ask them what I can do better, or if they have any questions or problems. Every time. I am happy to hear someone say, my pillow wasn't fluffed, or, you know, my room isn't cold enough, because then I can fix it for them. Criticism is very valuable. Regarding meeting length, I would really love to find out where the time is spent, find out who talks the most, and where, like, if you're already doing this, Mary, it would be great to get a count, because I know that I probably take up a whole bunch of time. I've had somebody in the public, when I was having lunch, come up and say, hey, can you stop talking so much and taking up so much time at those meetings, because they run on a really long time? And I said yes. And that was before the last meeting, where several times I just held my tongue, because my opinion is not always valuable. I think it is. Others may not. And finally, if we would like to set a positive tone at these meetings, it's up to the chair to set this tone. And I have considered requesting informally, I guess I'll do it now, that everybody, before we come to a meeting, if you have something that you do, if you read books, or if you meditate, or if you pray, or if you smoke weed, or like to take a shot of whiskey or a glass of wine, or whatever it is that calms you down and puts you in a good mood, do that before you come here. I try to, you know, and I'm not encouraging anybody to please don't show up drunk, right? But I mean, we can all show up with at least a calm mind, you know, and I'm looking for leadership in that approach to how these meetings are structured and run, personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Did you get all that, Amanda? Let's do a roll call. Huh? Oh, any nays? Okay.
There we go.
All right. Now it's covered. Yes, Michelle.
Can we take a minute and see if the board wants to provide any responses to the public comment we've received on this?
Sure.
Okay. I have responses. Okay. May I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to respond to a couple of things specifically. Suzanne mentioned that the public can't read minds, and she wasn't sure what she was expecting at this meeting, what the agenda items really meant, and I think that's a great comment. And I do think if this is something we're going to adopt, where the comments happen early on, we need to have much more detail in the packets so that the public can actually be prepared to comment on the items. So I appreciate that comment, and I think we could address that in our packets. We also had a couple of comments from Suzanne and from Paige about emails. What I would like to see as part of this is, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, is a clear and defined process on how both verbal and written comments are addressed and responded to by the board. And what I mean by that is to have something in writing that's easy to reference on the website, maybe even included in each packet, that says, if you provide a written comment by this date, it will be included in the packet, or something along those lines, so people can feel confident that the board and the public are going to see what they have to say. I also know that there are several communities in Colorado, and I've shared this with Bo, the specific references, that put all of their emails on their websites, all of their board emails, publicly available. Anybody can log on and read them. I think it's a great idea. I think that would be just fantastic for transparency and showing our trust to the community to go in and read any of our emails that they want to. So I want to add that I think that would be a nice addition to what we're doing.
Anyone else want to make a response? Yes, Dave.
I heard a lot of meat in what was brought to us. You know, when are we allowing public comment? Our response needs to be measured, I think, as we as a board really need to consider it. I like the idea of publicly shared emails, as Michelle has mentioned. This idea of who we are serving. One thought that comes to mind on this, and I try to keep this in mind, like who's not here. I've said this before. You know, there are a number of people that have voted for us in the town, and they aren't always here at the meeting. I try to think of the voices that may not be represented in the meeting. I think that's important. That's my message, not what I heard. And I'm sorry for doing a bunny trail there. I like the First Amendment idea that, you know, people are going to be angry and contentious because they do care about it, and that the discussion can be more educational. Suzanne always brings good points too, and I like hearing what she had to say, so thank you for that. For each person that did comment tonight, it's very helpful.
Anything else from the board? Yeah, Mick.
Yeah, I guess if we do look to make any changes, I am concerned about the Robert rules, that we follow those or amend them or whatever we need to do to be following what we need to be following. So, that's my concern.
Okay. Yes, Dave.
One more bunny trail comment, and this is about staff assignments. One thing that concerns me in the last meeting that we had is that a number of assignments were directed towards staff that did not necessarily have the support of the entire board, which overloads our staff. So it can be a request from the public or a request from an individual board member. I feel in fairness to our staff that we as a board have a responsibility to vet those requirements for additional work and to vote that yes, that additional work needs to be done. Because I think that gets really in the way of our staff being able to focus on the things we want them to focus on. So I just wanted to bring that point out. That was an observation from the last meeting we had. I wish I kept track of how many times there was an assignment to staff, either from the public or the board, that we didn't as a board say, yes, you should do that, and at least 4 of us agree. I think that's a problem.
And I think, too, there are requests that are made outside of board meetings that, again, we can't do any kind of consensus on that outside of board meetings. So it's, I don't know, how do we deal with that, Dave?
Well, I think Suzanne raised this with the ethic complaint against me about how much we get down into these committee meetings and how staff assignments can be flowing out of these these committee meetings. So maybe all of us on committees need to be very careful about what we want staff to do. For instance, we had a discussion in finance today about ClearGov, and how fast we want ClearGov to come on board. Well, that was a discussion with 2 staff members. If I was a staff member, I'd go, well, am I supposed to run off and do that? So I'm trying to be disclosure here. Karen and I may have screwed up by discussing that in the finance committee without coming to the board and say, hey, look, we want ClearGov to happen, but we don't want to give an assignment to staff unless we have support from the board.
And that's true. That's one of the things that Sam was talking about in my conversation, is that committee members should not be directing staff in any way outside of a board meeting. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I wanted to sort of reiterate that. I don't think that we as a board should be providing any direction to staff outside of a board meeting. We are supposed to speak with one collective voice on what our priorities are and what our directions for staff are, and there is no way for us to do that as individuals. So I think I support Dave's suggestion that anytime we are asking for staff direction, we actually make a motion and formalize it so that it's clear for the board, staff, and the public on what staff has been directed to do.
Great. All right. So we have several other things on our list here. One is committee structure. I would suggest that each of the committees sit down and write out what their roles and responsibilities are. Write a description of what you do, what your priorities are, and then what your roles and responsibilities are. And we can bring that back to the board, and then we can have a better discussion about that once we have those and decide if we want to go with that or not. Like I say, in my discussion with Sam and what he has sent us, as long as we stay within our roles and responsibility and aren't directing staff or supervising staff in any way, our committee structures seem to be working as far as CRSA is concerned. And that we need to stay within those roles and responsibilities, but they need to be defined. So if each of the committee members could do that, that would be very beneficial. Or not the committees, not the individual members. But do we have any other questions on roles and responsibilities as far as just, yeah, Dave?
Well, I think the same thing, and Trustee Patterson's brought this up before. Like, for instance, when our mayor undertook the survey for the building inspection, it's when each of us want to go out and provide something, again, in speaking with one voice. So I think looking at what are the responsibilities of the mayor, maybe each committee should look at that as a priority and what they think. So there's two facets to it, the committee work and then what that committee needs from the mayor.
That's fair, and I would be happy to write up what I feel my roles and responsibilities are as well and bring that back to the board as well. All right. Do we want to have any further discussion then on mayor roles and responsibilities? Yeah, Michelle.
Yeah, can I jump back to committees for a second? Oh, sure. Okay, so on committees, I know you said that our committees are working as they are as long as we're not providing staff direction or making decisions. I feel like the way we've set up our committees, the committees are doing a lot of the work that would normally be board work, and I know the committee doesn't formally make the decision, but the committee is presenting usually pretty detailed recommendations to the board. So I do hope we can have I know we don't have time at this point tonight, but I hope we can have another meeting specifically to talk about committee structure after we do this thing with roles and talk about whether we want to keep our committees, which we could. If we're going to keep them, I do think they have to be publicly noticed and agendized based on what we heard from CRSA. I think if we keep them, I'd also like to see a member of the public added to each committee. Another option would be to do away with the committees entirely and only create them on an as-needed basis when we have an issue that requires that kind of detail work, which in my mind there are benefits to that because you can get people on the committee that are really, that have the expertise for that particular topic. And then a third option would be to, instead of committees, each trustee would be assigned with one primary area where they would be responsible for doing that deeper research, presenting their findings back to the board as part of the decision-making process. So I just wanted to throw those out there as some alternative ideas on how we do committees. And then moving into the mayor roles and responsibilities, there are two primary structures for town boards and how they interact with their mayor. One's called the weak mayor structure and one's the strong mayor structure. I don't like the names. It seems like there's a value on that, but there's really not. Right now, we are in between those two structures. So we have some features of the weak mayor structure, some features of the strong mayor, and I think what happens with that is exactly where those lines are for responsibilities get a little gray. And so I'd like to see us move more strongly in one direction or the other to clarify who is the actual CEO of the town. Is it the mayor or the town administrator? And is the mayor's primary role to run meetings and to serve as the chair, or is the mayor's primary role to be the CEO of the town and to manage those big picture items and report back to the board on that?
All right, well, definitely can take a look at that. I don't have a problem with being in between as long as we define what that is and put some, structure around it. I think there are advantages and disadvantages to both of those systems. I think in a lot of ways we are the weak mayor thing where the town administrator is the CEO of the town, and I would hate to see, just in my own case of, to be said, you are now the person who basically runs the town with help. It's like walking into this with zero experience of running a town and the understanding and the systems and everything that goes beneath it. It's like, I would feel inadequate to do that, and I think in a 4-year term I might be able to learn how to do that, but that gives us several years of floundering around and not being productive. We have a town administrator who is very competent, and why not utilize that? But again, I think we need to make some decisions about this and set up, again, rules and responsibilities of the mayor to suit our needs and not necessarily a theoretical framework, which may not apply to us. That's just my 2 cents. Any other comments?
Yeah, so I was a little unclear on everything that would be included in this special meeting, and I have some comments that are more about our overall organizational structure as a town. I don't know if that's appropriate for this meeting or if that's something that should happen another time.
We are at 6:12. You want to run a quick summary of that, Michelle, and then I would like to take a break. I did not mention anything prior to this meeting, and would like to please grab a bite before we start the break.
Sure. I have a lot to say on this, but what I'm going to do is just give you my bottom line quick summary. I think we have people throughout the organization that are not in roles that are aligned with their strengths and their skills. And my primary suggestion is to hire an organizational consultant that focuses on municipal governments and possibly a recruiter as well. There are several organizations in Colorado that do this. There are some that have been really highly received and used by other communities, including some of our neighboring communities. And I think we could get some feedback from other communities on who they've used, including some very recently, and at least start the process of seeing if somebody could help us with that. We're talking about, and I know this is getting into budget, but we're talking about possibly some staffing changes, and I think that's a great time to look at our overall organizational structure and see where we might need to make some changes and bring in a professional that can help us do that. That's pretty much it. I'll just stop there for now.
All right. Okay. In light of my stomach, would it be okay if we adjourn this work session now and then we'll be back in 17 minutes to do the other? Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you, everyone. I think we did some good things. So, we'll be back at 6:30.
Is it on right now? Is it on right now? Is there a place in the room that's clearer, like over here? Is it, I don't really hear my voice is being distorted. Is it distorted to you right now? I know, I couldn't even hear what Paige was saying. Is it the distance that I'm is it the distance, or is it the distance here? Or is it?
Mayor Backren? Trustee Bear? Trustee Budinger? Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Knutson?
Here.
Trustee Meck?
Here.
Trustee Pattison? You have a quorum.
We have a quorum and we can continue. All right, first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right. All right, computer. The POS is doing its thing again. All right, let's move on to announcements. Does anyone have any announcements they'd like to make? Yes, Michelle.
I'd actually like to make a motion if that's all right.
Okay.
And I apologize, I didn't do this earlier when I should have, but I'd like to move that we add 3 things to our next agenda. A review of our committee structure, a review of the mayor's role, and a review of our overall organizational structure.
Okay, can I get a second on that?
Second.
Discussion? Go, Carrie.
I think that would be too long to add to a meeting. I think that may be another special meeting thing.
I would tend to agree with Karen. We have some pretty weighty issues on our next agenda, and I think adding those 3 things on top of that is going to make it, cumbersome, very cumbersome. So either I think we need to set up another special meeting or push it off until the next meeting, but our next meeting is going to be very long, as is. Yes, Michelle.
So this is one of those things that feels easy to push off, but when we're talking about big picture and moving ourselves as a board away from managing and into governance, this is really big picture stuff that could guide a lot of other decisions that we make. So I am personally open to either a special meeting or to add it to a regular agenda. I just would like to see this, since we've had such a productive discussion in our special meeting tonight, I would like to see that continue and soon, so that the board can take some action on these items pretty quickly.
Okay. Any further discussion by anyone? Yes, Dave.
Sure, we could call a special meeting for the Tuesday when I'm gone. But, joking aside, how about doing the same thing that we did tonight, which I think it was a really productive meeting, and have a special session so we could actually vote like we did tonight, and have those same agenda items, because I think the discussion was really productive and it was starting to move us forward.
So would you make a motion, amend
I'd
the
like to-
motion to do this we don't have any, we got a second.
Sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
Yeah.
So Tammy did second it.
So we don't have, just to check the schedule, we don't have anything prior to our next meeting, do we?
No, we don't.
So if we wanted to do a special meeting, we could. Do you want to amend the main motion, Dave?
I'd like to amend the main motion to have a special meeting starting at 5 p.m. on August 24th to cover the topics that Michelle just motioned.
All right, do I have a second on that amendment?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
we just have done the amendment, so we haven't voted on the motion yet. If you want to comment on the motion, Suzanne, which is just to put these things on the next agenda, and so now it's going to be a special meeting prior to the next agenda.
It does get a little confusing, so I hope I'm not off topic. But you're talking about the difficulty of fitting it into the regular meeting because you have a lot on the agenda. I would like to suggest perhaps it can just be a discussion and you can limit it to put a time limit on it And like if it was just half an hour discussion, we're going to talk about this. You might not come up with a conclusion, and you can put another half an hour on the next meeting. And that way you can split up the topic a little bit. And I know it's important to address as soon as possible, but perhaps you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, like, oh God, we're going to have to like decide this and spend 1.5 hours like hashing it out and come up with a decision. But what about taking it in smaller bites and digesting it a little bit better and being able to be a little bit more thoughtful about it once you go home? So that's just a thought, that it might, coming to 5 o'clock meetings is really hard too sometimes. And I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it does make for a really long night. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. So that will be a 5 o'clock special meeting prior to our next August 24th. All right, so any other announcements? Oh, no, we had voted on, yeah, we got them both. Okay. All right, drought update and town water information. Travis?
With the rains a couple weeks ago and stuff, our springs have come up a little bit. We are still spilling water. We're actually spilling more water now than we have all summer long. So we're sitting in real good situation right now.
Thank you, Travis. Questions for Travis from the board? Yes,
Just
Michelle.
comment at the point where our springs quit spilling, I think we need to be notified so we can take appropriate action.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, Michelle.
Just wanted to follow up on a question I had on the chart that was provided. The July report has a discrepancy between water produced and raw water in, and it was explained to me by email that you're getting it as close as you can, but we still have a meter that's not working, so the numbers aren't accurate. I would just like to see that reflected on the chart, that the July numbers are still not accurate, since this is public packet, public record. Just to make sure it's clear that we're still waiting on information there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mick.
Is the 1 million gallon tank up and running?
Yes, it is.
Okay, will we be getting spill reports and reports like we have here on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I'd also just like, if we could add to that chart, any known water use, so including the bulk water station, to make it as accurate as possible on what's coming in and what's going out.
All right. Anything else? All right, seeing none. I do have one other announcement to make, and that is because of the fact that our meetings are now being live streamed and can be accessed on the web. When you come to the podium, please state your name, but just state your street, not the address on the street, and that's for everybody's safety. And then for minors, if minors ever show up, they're just going to state their name because we do not want them targeted in any way, and so they're not going to give their addresses at all. Okay. Moving on, recognition of visitors and guests. This is for anyone who wants to speak on something that is not on the agenda. How many people would like to address the board? Yes.
Hulk, are you there? Yeah. Good, okay. My name is Jim Lang, and I'm with High Country Printing and Graphics in Paonia. And you just said talk about something that's not on the agenda. I'm here because I was under the impression that there was something on the agenda that wasn't going to be there, okay? And it's in reference to the Main Avenue fence, and all of a sudden, it's on the agenda. I was told it's going to be under litigation. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Bo answer that one.
It was directly from the motion from Trustee Baird that was requested that this issue be on the agenda. My goal with this discussion is that we not get into any specifics with respect to the dispute between the two neighbors, but rather focus on the concerns that the trustees might have with respect to the processing.
Does that answer your question, Jim?
I think it did. I barely understood it, sorry. And I've got a hearing aid in, okay? Would you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. The goal this evening is not to focus on any dispute, neighborly dispute with respect to the Main Avenue fence, but I do believe that the trustees have concerns with the process that was followed by the staff with respect to that application. So that will be the focus of the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, then.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? All right, seeing none, let's move on to staff reports, administrators report. Ms. Ferguson?
My written report was included in the packet. I have 2 additions to the written report. One, I wanted to make the board aware that I did receive notification from Census that the updated information that I provided regarding annexed properties has been updated and included and reflected in any new census data. Also wanted, this is outside, of course, the town, but may it be of interest, that the U.S. DOT announced today that they are providing $11.6 million in emergency relief funds to the state in support of the repairs in Glenwood and the I-70 repairs that are necessary from the slides. So that's all I have.
All right, questions for the town administrator from the board? Yes, Sammy.
Regarding the four-way stop being installed at the corner of 2nd and Main, is that in place at this time?
It is not in place. Locates have been called in and signs are here, so we're just waiting for our locates to be there so we can put the signposts in.
I think that should be out into the public as much as possible, because you're going to have people who have been here for forever thinking that they can just cruise right on through, and the other people getting mad. I just think the more it can be noticed and advertised, the better. Thank you.
Okay. Dave?
With regard to that, I'm wondering about striping the street, because when people, they are not looking for a stop sign. They're looking at the pavement, so if there's a stripe across there and then some accommodation for pedestrians, because there's going to be a lot of pedestrian traffic toward the SK bikes and the espresso thing. And at least going across that part of Maine, I think is going to be important.
Do we have any plans to, when are we going to do our street striping, Travis?
I still haven't received any notification from the company that I touched base with earlier this summer about what their schedule is looking like.
And we then add that intersection into that street striping project?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yes, Michelle.
In line with our earlier discussion, can we make that a formal motion?
Sure, go for it.
I move that we add striping the intersection of Main and 2nd to our upcoming street striping project.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Bill?
I understood that Mr. Knutson's request was for a demarcation of the crosswalk. So
A pedestrian,
that
yeah.
will be included in the
Yes.
striping?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, Mick.
Will that be on both sides of the street from the new stop signs, or just on the one side?
Travis, what do you think?
It'll probably all 4 intersections.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to include the four-way stop sign, crosswalks, and the street striping. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. Any other questions for the town administrator from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? Yes.
It's always on? Is that?
Well,
Okay.
You just have to check.
You're going to publish the advertisement for the planning, the position on the planning board on social media?
It has been updated on the town's website, and I can reshare to the Facebook page as well, yes?
Are you going to be publishing it on any other social media or
No.
publicly on KVNF, on other stations and newspapers? Because it's social media and just the website of the town. I mean, how many hits do you get on the website of the town, for instance?
Substantial hits on the town's website, and no, it's never been part of a process to publish in the newspaper for internal boards and things with for the town specific. No, we've
It's a
not done
pretty
that.
important position. That's,
Well, and it has been put in the shopper as well.
in the shopper.
Yes.
As a classified ad? or
No,
as
the
a-
town does. Every other week, the town has a little blurb
Mhm.
in there, and it
Mhm.
was included in last week's shopper.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Suzanne.
I'm riffing off the last comment. It was interesting, several weeks ago, I was listening to KVNF, and they had an announcement, and the town administrator, or one of the higher-ups in Montrose, actually came onto the radio and was interviewed by Gavin Dahl about the planning commission position they were trying to fill. Montrose went to KVNF and let the community know that they were looking to fill boards and commissions. So that it's not internal, it's actually a public, it's just like a trustee position. You let the whole community know. And I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying that we have this great resource here called KVNF, and I think that would be a great place to put an announcement. Thanks, if it's not too late.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to Public Works Utilities. Travis.
A written report was submitted, and I don't have anything to add to it. Thank you.
Questions for Travis from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Just wanted to confirm with the 1 million gallon tank, I understand it is online. That's great news. And is it actually in service, or is it just functioning as intended at this point?
No, it is going into distribution.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Dave.
I was just curious what the decision process is, how we decide what streets are paved each time, and whether to use chip seal versus paving. So I just don't know what that decision process is in Public Works. And maybe that's for the Public Works Committee.
Would Public Works or Public Works and or Travis like to comment on this?
Concerning the street paving, Travis has been in contact with the county concerning the street paving on the Meadowbrook streets. It would be an overlay. The county, the cost of the overlay is tipped over a limit on the county. The county needs to get a commissioner approval. They expect that to come in the near future, but it's pushed the timing of the project out a little bit. I think that Travis estimated the cost to be around $35,000. If it goes over 25, they have to have commissioner approval, but that's what we've selected to overlay this year.
Yes, Dave.
I think my question was more toward the decision-making process of what streets get paved each year.
The town originally had designated as paved however far our funds would reach on the 3rd Street. We went out and sought a engineer's estimate on that, and to pave the portion that we had chosen, which was I think 2 blocks, thereabouts. Yeah, 2.5 blocks. It was going to exceed our available budget. So we're continuing to build reserves. The town will patch and pave some portions of the 2nd Street between Grand and Main this year, but in order to do substantial paving, we need to acquire additional reserves, or accumulate additional reserves.
Thank you.
All right, anything else from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just a question about the planned slab in Town Park. I know I've mentioned this a couple of times. I wonder if concrete is a necessity here, or if we could go with something like mulch. Especially in the summer when it would be used the most, it seems like that's just going to heat up the ground. I don't know if we actually need concrete under a picnic table, and if we're too far along to make adjustments to that.
This was discussed in detail when we were doing the budget last year, and the consideration for the not wanting to put more concrete was I did bring forward how much concrete was in Town Park, and we are doing the outline with the bricks that are made through Delta Brick and Climate, and we've already purchased those and have those on hand. As far as it being a heat source, the shadescape donation is being implemented there, and so it will shade the table. The issue with mulch and things like that is really just the replacement and the cost of replacement, and they get, especially the wood ones, we would look at different types of options, but that was why it was ultimately determined to use it as a flat surface that we could place the table on and shade with the shadescape, and eventually place a permanent shade structure over it so that we have an area closer to the equipment for parents to sit when children are playing.
And the other thing is that Shadescape's umbrella does need to be set in concrete. So if we don't have the mounting in concrete, then we can't put it up because it won't be stable.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you both for that. I would like to suggest it looks like we're moving forward with a new skate park location, meaning we're going to have a large unused slab of concrete in Town Park. So if we have anything else that needs concrete, maybe we can consider that location before adding additional.
Okay, yes, Mick.
With the overrun on the budget on the streets repairs, are we not going to be doing the intersection of Grand and 3rd then? Or will that be done?
Bill.
No, it's not going to be done. I think that we discussed that at a prior meeting, that the engineer's estimate was over $500,000 to do what we had initially laid out. I think our available funds are in the $300,000 to $400,000 range. I believe that we as a council decided to hold off. And as far as the park thing, years ago we tore out a sandbox in the park with the idea that we'd come back with some structure. And it has taken us years to get to the point where at least we're going to do something now. So it's hard to get inertia to get something done, and very easy to derail it. So I would really hope we don't try to go a different direction.
All right, anything else from the board? All right, seeing none, anything for the public? Yes, Christine.
Christina Patterson. I was just wondering who the employee was getting their CDL license or certification.
Mitchell McAllister.
Mitchell, who's working like your right-hand guy?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And there's one other employee with the town that works in the parks and streets that has taken his written part, passed it, and is getting ready to go to school too.
Yes. Sure, Ms. Patterson. Please again state your street name. Thank you.
Shereen Patterson, Rio Grande. Regarding the trail system River Park Trail System. I was there a couple of weeks ago for an event, and those trails are very narrow. Are they for two-way traffic?
I don't know because I wasn't involved except for doing the ramps.
Who was involved
It was
in the
Western
design of
Slope
it or
Conservation
approval
Center.
of it? They're very narrow.
That was the Western Slope Conservation Center in coordination with the
The
Nature
Nature Connection,
Connection.
yes.
Were the ones that designed those
Okay.
trails.
And it's just for walking? Is it for bicycles? Is it for walking only?
My understand is they're walking paths.
Only walking.
I couldn't say that
Right.
confirm that either. You would need to check with Western Slope Conservation Center or the Nature Connection
Okay,
for
but
that confirmation.
who are you like supervising this?
Absolutely not.
construction, or nobody is?
This
It's
is
all
not,
in their hands.
They came to the board for approval to put in the trail extension. The board approved that, and that is a project that is solely completed, managed by Western Slope Conservation and the Nature Connection. The only thing the town did was a maximum $5,000 to put in the ramps, and we are going back and doing a little bit of cleanup for them at the ramp locations, and that's it.
Okay, so any questions I have should be addressed to Learning Council or the WSCC?
WSCC or the Nature Connection.
Nature Connection.
Yes.
Okay, another thing, and I don't know if this is up to Nature Connection or the Learning Council, is there are events that take place in that area, sporting events, for decades, since decades, that the people that are organizing them, which one of the groups is Red Feather Bowmen, archery, does their spring, summer, fall outdoor shoots, feels that they haven't even been consulted about that, and they feel that they've been excluded from any kind of planning on that. And it's kind of odd that this group, who has members of every age and quite significant number of members and followers, has been ignored and feels that they won't be able to use that site. Does any of you have any input on that?
It's not our project.
It's not your project, but it's it's entirely the North Fork, these two groups.
Nature Connection and Western Slope Conservation
You just
Center.
handed it over to them.
So if I may, Mayor,
Okay.
Two things. First, I want to say that this is getting way off topic of our Public Works Director's report, but
Okay.
what I can say as well is that a very small portion of that trail extension is on town property. The rest of that property is the school district property. It is not the town's property, and the town has not had any participation in the planning or implementation or connecting with other entities that may be utilizing the school district's property. As far as I know, the Red Feather Bowmen have not been using the small portion that is the town property for any of their activities. If they have, it's not something that's been reported to the town.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the police report. Chief Ferguson is not with us tonight, but his report is included. All right, let's move on to the finance report. Ms. Jones?
I've submitted a written report. I can take questions.
Yeah, one more time, a little more clearly.
I have submitted a written report. Any questions?
All right, questions for the finance director from the board? Yes, Michelle.
In the report, it says we have a maturing line of credit. What's the plan for that line of credit moving forward? Is that going to close or be renewed?
It's up to you.
So to clarify, you're looking for a board decision on that at this meeting?
Not to my knowledge.
No, that is not on the agenda for this evening, but it will be brought to the board in the near future into that.
Okay, so we should expect to see an agenda item on that before it matures on September 5th.
Yes, it will be on the next agenda.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Christine.
Christina Patterson. This Colorado Department of Revenue, I've been seeing that for like months now. Is that an audit from the Colorado Department of Revenue, and why is the Colorado Department of Revenue auditing us?
It's fuel, as it says, exempt fuel tax. It is an audit. It is being done by the Colorado Department of Revenue. I have submitted all of the information and I am waiting.
Does that happen regularly every year, or is it,
It's on their schedule.
why was the town of Paonia earmarked for that?
Because we submit a report for fuel, exempt fuel tax refund.
And so they do that every year?
No, it's on their schedule.
Okay.
They do it when they feel they want to do it. They send a request.
Just randomly?
In
Okay.
10 years this is the second one.
Thank you.
Yes, Bill.
I had a question on your report concerning surplus items. I know this has been hanging fire for a long time, but you said you requested procedural confirmation for audit compliance. Who did you request the information from, and where does the surplus equipment issue stand as far as going forward and actually coming to where we can sell our surplus equipment?
I've requested the information from Lisa, our auditor.
I'll answer the second part. So in looking at the way that we've presented the surplus items previously and getting some information from other communities and through statute, we found that we do things a little bit differently. So we were confirming with the auditor that the way we do it is the way that we should be doing it. And as soon as we receive that confirmation, it'll be brought to the board either through the in the appropriate way, the way that it's supposed to be brought to the board. Some communities don't actually bring surplus items to the board for approval unless it's a large item, and then they do it through budget only. So it will be before the board in the very near future in one form or another, so that a decision can be made and we can move forward with the publication on the government surplus site.
So you would think in the next month or so we may come to a conclusion and be able to finally get stuff listed and sold?
Yes.
That's what I want.
Yes, Suzanne, you had your hand up? Okay. All right, anything else from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the attorney's report. Mr. Nerlin.
Good evening, Mayor. My written report is included in the board packet. We did hit upon one of the agenda items in that we had the special meeting this evening. And we're going to have another special meeting before the next board meeting. Any questions on my report?
Questions for the town attorney from the board?
Mayor?
Yes, Bill.
Thank you. Are we going to come to a point in this discussion on a policy for purchase of stuff in the office? Are we going to come to a point where we can have a policy discussion and reach consensus?
That is the decision of the trustees. There was the agenda item last month for discussion with respect to the non-essential purchases. As I recall, that was going to come back based on comments. I do not set the agenda.
Thank you.
Other questions for the attorney from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, this is basically the same issue. The board actually moved and passed at the last meeting a request to put this non-essential purchases topic on this agenda, and it wasn't included as an agenda item. So I'm not really sure. I would like clarification when the board moves to add something to the agenda, how that gets addressed in agenda development.
So typically if the board moves that it specifically be placed on, it be placed on. My understanding, and I apologize for that, from the previous conversation and the agenda discussion at the last meeting was that was coming back to the board with some follow-up from finance and personnel as part of that purchasing policy discussion. And I did see Trustee Budinger had her hand up because I don't believe that she was quite ready to bring that back to the board, but I'll not speak for her.
Trustee Budinger?
We're waiting actually for samples of other towns who've gone through the purchase revision policy due to FEMA, so that we can add that language in there as well. We will be addressing the small items with maybe purchase requisitions or something, bringing that to the board for the board's approval. If you wanted to have a discussion separately or before that, let me know. I mean, I haven't got the things from the other towns yet, so we're not ready to write anything.
Michelle?
Well, my personal preference would be that if the board moves to put something on the agenda, that it's placed on the agenda, even if the only action is going to be to table it pending further information, just so that we can keep that as a consistent policy.
Okay. My personal preference, and as mayor, I am responsible in large part for agenda formation, is that if we don't have the information, it may be included in the town administrator's report that we do not have sufficient information. But it seems kind of silly to stick it on the agenda just to table it again when we know we don't have information and it's going to be pushed off. So maybe it's a point of information somewhere in there, but not necessarily added to the agenda.
As long as it's clearly recognized that the board moved to include something on the agenda and that that's been addressed, that satisfies my concern.
All right. Anything else from the board? Seeing none, anything from the public? All right. Seeing none, let's move on to the treasurer's report since Mr. King is not here. Ms. Jones or Ms. Ferguson, would you address this? Or someone else?
Finance and personnel met before the meeting to review disbursements, and the to-date account analysis through June was included in the packet.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions, even though we have no one here to answer them? All right. Yeah, Bill.
One of my main concerns is the reserve balances for water, sewer, and trash. An ongoing concern that we need to know rather quickly what those are, because we're coming up on the budget season, and I, for one, would like to know where we sit as far as our reserves go.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Markham.
Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. I don't care if you know my address. I just want to say thank you for making the charts searchable. I noticed that those were OCR'd, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff for a full accounting of reserves by the next board meeting.
Yes, Ms. Jones.
If you refer back to your budget to actual that was in the last meeting, your reserves are on there. And if you look at the audit, it's in the audit.
And it is included, the information is in as the agenda item discussion under new business. I did not reattach the documents that were provided at the last meeting or the audit, though. I just referenced on the agenda summary form.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I think the reason for the question is what we were referred to as these pages of the audit, or we were referred to these kind of spreadsheets. And I think for the board to make high-level decisions, we want to know what is the reserve level for each one of these funds. That's what I'm asking for. Just very simple. 3 different funds, 3 different reserves.
So what you're asking for are 3 numbers, basically. Yes, Ms. Jones.
It's not, they don't come in 3 funds, but it's in the audit. Ending fund balance is in the audit. And then the capital, the working capital for water, sewer, and trash is also in the audit. And it's referenced, I believe Corinne referenced it in here when we get to that agenda item.
Yes. I think Bill was up first.
Just to refresh everybody's memory, the audit refers to the 2020 and only brings us forward to January 1. And it's a real simple request. What's in these funds? Dollar amount, period.
Ms. Patterson.
Same comment. And to reiterate what I've said before, yes, the audit has a lot of detail, but we don't get a lot of summary or narrative related to the financial documents that are provided generally. So I think what we're looking for as a board is a simplified, this is what our reserve looks like today. And just that information summarized out separate from a 500-page spreadsheet or whatever it might be.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. Can we get a second on that motion? Any further discussion from the board? Yes.
I'm sorry, can you restate the motion, please?
I'll try. We'd like to have a balance of the reserves for the water, sewer, and trash for the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, anything from the public? All right, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
Mayor, if I can, in light of the modification to the presentation of the materials, I would ask the board to table the conversation so we can continue it to the next meeting. That's when we get to it on the agenda. Of course, up to the board, but that way we can provide it in the format that it's requested and discuss it based on that format instead of having the conversation and then having it again at the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. Moving on then, let's go on to disbursement. Can I get a motion?
That would be.
I move that we approve payment of accounts payable in the amount of $31,752.32. Payment of the Norris retirement for $1,680. Payment of the Chase credit card, $1,544.71. From Amazon, $90.14. Transfer to payroll and payment of $22,999.21, and payment of payroll taxes in $26,248.99. That's it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes, Ms. Jones.
And direct deposits of $22,999.21. Thank you.
I said that. I said transfer and payment.
Okay. All right.
It's pretty slick.
Questions from the board? Yes. Great. Michelle.
Have we, or I guess has staff had a chance to communicate with Phones Plus on our AV system yet? And if so, have we received any feedback from them? Because I see that we're still paying a fair amount of money, it looks like, for a computer server, for our Windows system, and we're, I believe I'm correct that they're our AV provider as well and would be working on this room.
They did do the work in the room on the AV. We do plan to bring that specific information in a report at upcoming. This specific is software for a new workstation, and the computer server is actually a backup server replacement that's in our server room that functions the town's entire network.
Bill?
Yes, my question concerned the master petroleum fuel. I assume that's a bulk fuel delivery?
It would be bulk fuel and, for the trash truck, they fill up at Master Petroleum.
Okay. And you do record the bulk fuel usages to keep track of that? So you got a pretty good idea of the balance of that fuel and where it goes?
Yeah, there's logs and gallon reader on the bulk fuels.
Okay. All right. That's all my only question.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Dave.
I just want to make a comment about how my mind works, and I was kind of ashamed of it. When I first looked at the credit card report, I saw that Corinne had charged $286.64 for a hotel in Glenwood Springs and $54.45 for a meal. And what I decided to do is get the backstory on this, because the conference itself that she went to was 2 nights of lodging. If she stayed at the conference hotel, it was $380 a night. The restaurant charge was for a lunch and a dinner. So I just wanted to say that it's very easy to look at a report and go negative on it. And I have to confess that in this case I did, and I'm glad I asked the questions.
Yes, Mick.
My question is on the JD 260 skid steer repair. Is that the new skid steer, or is that the old one?
That's the old one.
Okay.
Anything else from the board?
And-
Yes, Michelle. Oh, wait.
I was just going to add a little more clarification, so if there was any confusion, we have 2 old skid steers. We have a Cat and a John Deere. The Cat repair is the skid steer that we are retaining. That repair was on the last disbursements. This was the John Deere 260, which is also the old skid steer. This is the one that is included in our surplus items. This is the part that we need to repair it so that when we sell it, it's a functioning piece of equipment. We have not had to do any maintenance, major repairs at all to our new skid steer.
Michelle.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. As I do, I asked questions in advance of the meeting again, and I'm not sure this time if that was shared with the board in advance of the meeting. Okay. So if that could be shared out to the board and made publicly available, I don't know if you can add that to the permanent packet or how that can be done, but I want to make sure that's available. Thanks.
Okay, anything else from the board? Seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I was just wondering, how is that skid steer going to be sold? Is it auctioned? And what value do you think it will command?
We're still getting the life left on it. That's the data that we were collecting that we hadn't finished collecting to bring it forward. But all of the materials are, any surplus items will be sold at auction through GovBid's online website. It's publicsurplus.com.
It's too bad it's not an auction that's available to local people. That would be kind of nice that people in the community could participate.
I will make sure to share the website that we're listing the information on. It is a public website.
Okay, and do you think it'll bring more than $647 for the skid steer? Okay, thanks.
Anything else from the public? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Let's move on to the consent agenda. All we have on it are the regular minutes for July 27th. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Dave.
Maybe I have to pull the minutes off, but I want to be clear that I requested only October for the month off, and the minutes reflect that it's several months or something like that. It isn't clear about the time off I requested and how I wanted no payroll for that entire month.
I can make that minor modification. Yeah.
Okay. Now, can we move to approve the agenda, the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Second.
Any questions from the board? Nope. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
We missed your note-taking, Amanda. I wanted to say on page 2, there was a statement that you attributed to me, and I said it was ADA, required by ADA, but what was notable about that wasn't my statement, it was the staff was directed to research ADA requirements to make sure we are in compliance. And I would like that to be reflected in the minutes because I thought that was the important, an important piece of information there. So I was wondering if you could amend the minutes to include that.
All right, thank you,
statement.
Ms. Watson.
Okay, can you amend the minutes to include that, board, or are you just thanking me?
Well, we already have one request to amend the minutes. This can go along with the other
Okay.
request to amend the minutes. So
Okay.
that maybe the motion should be as amended to approve the minutes as a,
I'm sorry.
Mayor, I'd like to amend the motion to include all the noted changes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Now we have the main motion to accept the consent agenda as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. All right, let's move on to unfinished business. First reading, the alcohol beverage licensing ordinance. And I think this is our official first reading. Yeah, Mr. Nerlin.
That's correct. We've had discussions, but we never did introduce it as per my recollection. So this would be introducing the ordinance based on the direction that was provided at the second meeting in July with requests to clarification on the distance from child care facilities, schools.
Okay, any discussion on the proposed ordinance? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I'm really curious because we also have on the agenda later on the Learning Council going on the corner of Grand and Second here, and that's going to impact if they're considered a school. I just don't know whether they're considered a school, and that would impact people that are applying for marijuana licenses on that block of Grand.
This is for liquor license only.
Okay.
Any other comments?
They are not considered a school.
Right. Yeah, they are considered a nonprofit organization and not a
Okay,
school.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the ordinance? All right. Anything from the public on this ordinance? All right. Can I have a motion to approve Ordinance 2106, first reading?
Mayor, I move that we pass ordinance 2021-06, Municipal Code Modification of Chapter 6, Article 1, Alcoholic Beverage License and Distance from Public Schools.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. And Mr. Nerlin, I'd like to commend you. This version of the ordinance was so much simpler and clearer. I appreciate that a lot. All right.
I did get 3 kicks at the can.
All right, let's move on to North Fork Airport Liaison Member Appointment. Trustee Ferguson, you want to give us a lowdown on this one?
Not trustee anymore.
Town Administrator Ferguson, would you?
Yes, so I think there's been a couple different conversations regarding the Airport Advisory Committee and the Airport Liaison. And so after speaking with the county and getting some clarification, the county commissioners, the county was looking for a board member that could meet and operate as a liaison with the commissioners to submit some updates to the MOU if there are any that are suggested, just to work in that in that deep dive and then bring those suggestions to the board. So that is what this agenda item was for. The airport advisory board member advertisement will be up and open so that we can then have people apply as the airport advisory member, and that person could also be a board member. But the information we got back from the county attorney was that there was some concern that there may be a conflict of interest when it came to specifically working on the MOU and sitting as the advisory board member, because while the town makes that recommendation, the board makes that appointment on who they recommend, that position is actually filled and appointed by the county commissioners, and they don't want to create a conflict of interest.
Okay, any questions on this? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by that. I was pretty sure that we made a couple decisions as a board. One, that we would appoint an airport advisory committee member from the board. And two, that we weren't going to appoint anyone to interact on our behalf with the commissioners until we have a better understanding of what it is they're looking for so that we can provide direction as a board.
And we were just looking for that clarification, which is why I put it on the agenda, to make sure that we were clear, that we were all clear, because we had a few of us had different opinions based on the conversation. So that was exactly what we will do. We will let them know that there's not going to be the appointment, and that you want more information back from them on what they're asking for.
Before we go in that direction, I'd rather have a formal board motion to that effect. So I move that we do not appoint someone to operate as liaison with county commissioners at this time until we have more information to discuss the issue as a board.
Do I get a second? Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
All right, further discussion from the board? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
I was in contact with one of the, Neil Schwederman, who's the chair of that commission. His understanding was that we were appointing someone from the board to this tonight to handle this. So I'm kind of confused about the path forward. It seems like it would be better for us to at least make a recommendation, not necessarily appoint, and then forward that to the county. It might speed the process along instead of just kicking the can down the road.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
So I want to just reiterate and make sure I'm understanding this correctly. I think we're talking about two different entities here. One would be appointing someone to the Airport Advisory Committee, which Mr. Schwederman is on, and I am fully in favor of us doing that, to appoint someone from the board to serve on that, to be involved in those conversations. The other request was to appoint someone specifically to represent the board in communication with the county commissioners on airport issues. And that's what I'm suggesting that we not do until we have more information on what it is the county's looking for. Does that make more sense?
Somewhat. So two different positions then? Someone from the board on the airport commission and someone to liaise. Okay, thank you.
And I think the point was also that the county commissioners are the one that appoint to the advisory committee. It is not the town board that does that. So we were out of line in trying to appoint someone to a committee that the county appoints to. Am I correct?
No, and this is exactly why we brought it back, because there was confusion on all parts. So the town board of trustees makes an appointment, but your appointment is a recommendation to the commissioners. This is who you would like to represent the town on the advisory board that reports to the commissioners. So ultimately, you're making an appointment, but they then accept the appointment.
Yes, Trustee Bear.
Thank you. The appointment of the town board member to the county commissioners, I think, is precisely to go talk to the county commissioners and bring back what they want. Otherwise, I don't know if we're going to move this process forward without having somebody go talk to them. It's just going to hang in limbo.
That is my understanding as well, is that if we don't go talk to them, we're not going to get any information and we can't move forward. So if we do not appoint anybody to go talk to the county commissioners, then we're stalled. Any further discussion from the board? Yes.
They did send someone to speak with our board about this issue, but I feel like it was left very vague. So if we're appointing someone for the sole purpose of going to the commissioners, gathering information and bringing that information back to the board, that's fine. But I'm not comfortable appointing someone to serve as a liaison of the board and represent the board's position on anything when we haven't had a discussion on what our position is because we don't know what we're deciding on. Does that make sense?
That does. So maybe the wording needs to be changed. Yes. All right. Mr. Knudsen had his hand up first. Okay.
What if we appointed a board member to the airport commission and took that action tonight and see where the chips fall with the county? Because they may think whoever we've appointed is someone they can work with. I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Bear.
If we appoint a board member to go down there, I don't think that they have the authority to do any negotiations. Rather, their task is to go down, gather information, and bring it back, not to negotiate for the town of Paonia.
Yeah, that's clear.
Trustee Budinger.
Can we just appoint a representative to go to the county? Not say this is our advisory board member, but this is a representative of the board coming to the county to talk about this thing so that we can come back to our board and whatever that needs to be done.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Yes.
So when we heard from the Airport Advisory Committee, and to be clear, this is the committee that Mr. Schwederman is on. They've been meeting, they've been making decisions. We have not had a representative as a town on that board for quite some time, not someone who's actually attending those meetings. So what we had talked about was appointing someone to serve on that organization, that Airport Advisory Committee, which I think is what we're both talking about. And I think we do need to do that. I think we need to make that decision. Regarding appointing someone just to go talk to the county commissioners, that just seems, it feels a little silly to me. Can they not email us what they're looking for and then we can have put that on an agenda and talk about it as a board before we take that step? Just a little clarification, I think, is all we need to take the step where we can then designate someone to take our position to the commissioners.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Ferguson, did you want?
That's all I was going to say is that I can request from them information on what they would like to look at to bring to the board to make a decision on who would be the best representative then to participate in the conversation.
So I think the difference is that, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Patterson, is that what we want is information from the county
Yes.
as to what they're looking for in the MOU.
Yes.
Not.
That's what I'm talking about. I will request for them what they're looking to update in the MOU. What exactly are they asking for?
Okay.
So that the town board can then make the decision of who would be the best person to represent in those conversations, should the board feel that they want to do it that way. And you may not want to do it that way, and it is your decision on how you participate. Attorney Nerlin and I have met with our district commissioner and their town manager on a couple of occasions to have some conversation. So we can do that. We'll reach out again and see if we can get some clarification on what they're looking for.
All right. Other questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I like to add things to the mayor's plate. It just seems like this is an obvious thing where the mayor just makes a call to our commissioner and has a discussion about this. And let's get clear about that. That's fairly simple, and you are the head of the board in a sense. And I think that adds some weight. So wouldn't that be a way to get started? It may not. I'm not trying to discount staff, but I'm just saying that can get stonewalled where you have the mayor of the town asking, the board's really confused about this. We'd like to get clarity. How can I advise the board at the next meeting?
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Watson.
I think this topic kind of speaks the confusion of all the different roles. When I was on the board, the Governmental Affairs Committee kind of had purview over the airport stuff, but in a way, this is the town administrator. You know, she's the person who people can communicate through, and she gets the information. So it's confusing. Is it the mayor? Is it the town administrator? And I would assume since you have a town administrator, it's her job. And I think it would be helpful if that MOU was put before the board. The MOU, there's written papers and documents that, that you guys can see. And then if they want to change it, do a strike and underline. You guys should have it in front of you, and hopefully you're provided with this information before you have to make any decisions.
Well, the MOU has already been provided for the board, so we have seen it. What we
Okay.
have not seen is specifically what the county wants to change on
Ask them
that.
for a strike and underline
Right.
so we can all look at it, make them
Yeah.
work a little bit. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Mr.
Just-
Nerley?
I'm not positive that the county has anything specific. My understanding is they want to start a dialogue because they've got certain thoughts they want weigh in from the town as a stakeholder, but there's nothing set in stone with respect to their position. And so what the conversations that I've had with Commissioner Coons, with the Ms. LaValle, with the mayor, with the town administrator was, hey, look, we'd like to have you guys have a seat at the table so we can talk about some of our concerns with respect to the existing MOU. They've not said X, Y, or Z needs to happen during those conversations.
But perhaps we can get their concerns. So at least we have those on the table and we can work from that.
Yeah, I think you could, but I think that the approach that they've come to in the past is wanting a dialogue.
Yes, Mr. Bear.
Well, Mayor, I'd move that you become our person.
Let's
Okay,
deal with
okay.
the motion what we have on the board, and that
All right.
is not to appoint a liaison. Am I correct?
You're correct. And to clarify, I'm not opposed to gathering data. Whoever is the most appropriate person to gather data, or if we want to request something in writing, that'd be great. I don't think we can have an actual discussion without more information.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second not to appoint a liaison. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, so do we want to appoint the mayor to talk to them? Do we want to appoint the town administrator to talk to them? Who do we want to be able to go to the county commissioners and say, give us more information?
I think it would be most valuable for the board if we can get any changes that they have in writing so that they can be properly added to a packet and put on a meeting for discussion.
But it seems like the question is, who does that? Yes, Ms. Bud.
I'm thinking that the county doesn't really want any changes. I'm thinking that the county is afraid that we want changes. Because as it is, we don't get any income from, we get tourism that comes in and whatever benefits that is. But we don't get any written down income from the airport except for payment for the tower that's there, and that's $7,000 a year. We now have about $35,000 in our airport fund, and we have committed in that MOU, we have committed to pay for the capital improvements. I went flying last week, and the airport runway needs some capital improvements. I'm afraid that the town is afraid that we're going to say, we're not paying for this whole thing. And I think we should. When it was originally written, that was not just Paonia, it was Paonia and Hotchkiss and Crawford. And those two backed out, and they left us holding the bag with the agreement that we would pay for the capital improvements. That's where we are.
And the other point is that CDOT, they get a grant from CDOT, and CDOT is what actually repaves that and has repaved it in the past, and the county even said they're going to go for another CDOT grant. So it would be the matching funds to that CDOT grant that the town would be responsible for, not the hundreds of thousands of dollars of pavement that's going to be required to do that. Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Dave's suggestion from a little while ago. I move that we appoint a member of the board to serve on the Airport Advisory Committee and see if that helps move the conversation forward. I think anything else is speculation at this point.
Do I have a second on that?
Well,
Second.
I guess the question for me,
Second.
All right, Mr. Bear.
what is the advisory committee going to do?
I believe they talked to the county commissioners about the MOU and other airport-related items.
And then report back to the board.
Yeah, we can have them report back to the board for sure.
Okay, all right.
People had their hands up, I believe. Did anyone? All right. No further discussion from the board. Anything from the public? All right. Seeing nothing from the public. All right. All in favor of the motion to appoint someone to the Airport Advisory Committee?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now, would we like to appoint somebody? There's part B.
Yes, we would. We need people to raise their hands.
I would be happy to serve on that committee if the board so desires.
I think that would kill two birds with one stone. I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Mary, for doing that. We appreciate it.
Shall we put that in a motion?
I'd like to move that we add to the plate of our mayor by putting her on the Airport Advisory Committee.
Do I have a second? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I should have asked this, but is the makeup of the advisory committee set somewhere by ordinance or resolution or MOU that you can do this? Add a member? Are you, okay.
Yeah, it's part of the Airport Advisory Committee. There is a
and
member.
we just haven't had an appointment.
We have a person who has never attended a meeting. That's the problem. The last time this came up and a person was appointed, that person has not shown up for a meeting in years.
Member. And I was wondering if it was described as who the member can be. Can it be a town board member is what I'm asking, as per your rules.
Yep.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, it can be, and it
Okay.
has been before.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we have a motion. Did we get a second on that? All right. To appoint the mayor to this position. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. That motion carries. All right. Let's move on. Are we done with the airport? I think we're done with the airport. Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is the Learning Council Grant Application Letter of Support. Do we have somebody from... Alicia, welcome. Yeah, please state your name and your... Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
All right, name and street.
Hi, my name's Alicia Michelson. I live on Orchard Avenue here in Paonia. And I came to talk to you today because the Learning Council is under contract on a building in town. The building is the Ollie's building. And we're really excited to have a community center to offer classes and workshops and bring our food equity project to. And fear not, there will be ice cream. It's going to be great. So, and we're also really excited with the ice cream aspect of it to start a teen-run business and create safe space for teens in the community since the high school has left. So part of getting the building, we have some funding already together to purchase the building, but we're doing a capital campaign that includes some grant writing to purchase the building, and some of the grants that we're writing request a letter of support from our town for the work that we're doing and for us to have the space. And so I drafted a Google Doc, which is very easy for any one of you to edit. So I just kind of put in like some bare bones. I'm sure you all have it. And so I came tonight to request if you all would be willing to support the Learning Council in some fundraising and getting some grant funds by writing a letter of support to whom it may concern as per I sent, and I'm totally happy for you to edit and add or take away as you'd like.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Michelson from the board? Yes.
Just a comment. As a board member, I think this is awesome and I fully support it. As a community member, I also really hope that, and this is not your responsibility, but I hope the refinery finds another home in town because they're a great shop if that's not going to be part of the plan. Thanks.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bedinger?
Jeez. When is this going to occur approximately?
Well, we're under contract right now for October 1st or October 10th as a closing date, but you
Funds.
know, everything's subject to change all the time with this stuff, so, but hopefully in the near future, yeah.
Okay, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the letter?
I'd like to move that we approve the letter from the Learning Council in support of their fundraising efforts.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Well, thank you all so much.
I will sign that
We'll
letter.
keep you
and-
posted.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for keeping an ice cream shop. I think that's a wonderful
I think
idea.
it's going to be great too. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is Citizens for a Healthy Community State Redistricting. Ms. Leger.
I hope she stays.
Good evening, trustees. How are you?
Would you please state your name and street?
I will. Natasha Leger, Executive Director, Citizens for a Healthy Community, and we're on Grand Street in Paonia. Great. I'm here this evening to bring to your attention the redistricting for the state House and Senate districts, and to request that you submit a letter both to the Delta County Commissioners as well as the Independent Redistricting Commission. Just by way of background, every 10 years, the state of Colorado goes through redistricting, and it's now our time to redistrict and reapportion those House and Senate seats based on change of population. I'm here today to speak specifically in regards to the legislative districts. So to be clear, the redistricting process is addressing legislative as well as congressional. I'm only here to talk about the legislative, and a lot of other people are paying attention to the congressional side, so I'm not going to speak to that. If you haven't seen the maps yet, the reason that I'm here is because the North Fork Valley has been split in the proposed maps and aligned with Mesa and Garfield County on the House side and Mesa County on the Senate side. The concern there is that that has bifurcated our representation for our watershed. To date, our House and Senate districts both contain Gunnison County in those districts. And so my recommendation is for a letter to the county commissioners requesting that we keep our watershed intact. The entire North Fork Valley watershed, it originates in Gunnison County. I recognize that the town's municipal water source doesn't come from Gunnison County, but Delta County, but the irrigation water does come from Gunnison County. What the Redistricting Commission is interested in is understanding communities of interests, and specifically what that means is how communities are connected geographically, by infrastructure, by water, by roads, by transportation. I've recommended, I've shared a draft letter that you might want to consider for both the county commissioner and the Independent Redistricting Commission that outlines the reasons for being opposed to the current map, and those reasons are doesn't represent community of interest, bifurcates the watershed, also gives you support reasons for why the North Fork Valley and the town of Paonia should be within a district with Gunnison County, which includes the watershed, as well as the fact that we share the scenic byway, Highway 133. Also, Highway 133 happens to be the second most geologically unstable highway corridor in the state, which runs through Gunnison County. So lots of reasons for us to want to ensure that we've got representation that's tied to Gunnison County. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I would like to point out that by mistake, 2 drafts of the letters were included in the packet, and they're basically the same. The only difference between them is the one that goes to the Colorado Independent Redistricting. The numbers were unhighlighted, and the population of Paonia was dropped a little bit, and the mayor's name was taken off of the one from the county, because I believe the board should empower the mayor to sign that. So that's basically the only difference between them. So aside from that, questions for Ms. Leger from members of the board? Yes, Mr. Bear.
You mentioned that there's two different processes here, the legislative as well as the congressional. Can you explain the difference?
So the redistricting commissions, there are two commissions. That's why they're called the independent redistricting commissions. There's a commission for the legislative process, which includes, which focuses on the state house and Senate elected seats. The congressional district is for the U.S. congressional seat. So that's addressing federal issues, right? Because it's your U.S. congressional seat. And then the legislative is basically your state legislative issues, your state legislative representatives.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Beck.
I'm wondering if the community of Gunnison is also pushing for this, if they have similar, if they are in line with the interests that are stated in this letter, or if you know.
I don't know the answer to that.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Beck.
This is actually a question for Attorney Nerlin. I did submit a personal letter to the commenting process for redistricting, and I just want to confirm that that does not preclude me from participating in this discussion.
No, I see them as wholly independent. The only issue is if you feel like your position on that is such that you can't make any sort of independent analysis. So.
No, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Well, one thing I wanted to commend Trustee Pattison on a well-written letter. I did read her remarks, and she followed the board advice in being clear at the beginning that she is speaking as an individual citizen, not as a member of the board. I don't think anyone except locals would know that she was on the board, but it was good to see that. One thing I'm a little concerned about is how it affects Crawford and Hotchkiss and where the lines are and which communities are in which districts. I'm not clear on that.
So currently our House district is divided, and it is, the lines are, let me get this straight, it's east of, it's west of Orchard City and Cedar Edge, and then east of Delta is our current dividing line, which has worked for us in the past. The county commissioners have even stated that that current dividing line is fair and has been effective, and that actually having two representatives for our area works to our benefit. So the two issues really are whether the county remains intact or the county gets split. And so either way, the issue is if the county remains intact, that Gunnison County should be included in a district that we're in. And if the county is split along those same lines, that Gunnison County should be included as well to ensure that our watershed remains intact and represented. Does that help?
Somewhat. I'm curious because I want to make sure that if we're sending a letter like this, if other communities of interest also collaborate along with that letter. So in other words, if the proposal that we're making by this letter includes Hotchkiss and Crawford,
It does.
then where do Hotchkiss and Crawford fall out on this?
Yes. So if you stick with the current dividing line for House District between House District 61 and 54, Paonia, Hotchkiss, and Crawford are all intact within that current map, and I'm recommending the same, which is what the county commissioners are also recommending, is that if the county is to be split, it should be split or divided along the current dividing line between House District 61 and 54. The issue that the county commissioners, to my knowledge, have not come to consensus on is how far the district should extend, because right now it only includes Mesa County and Garfield County. So Mesa and Garfield County on the House side, Mesa County on the Senate side, which cuts out representation for our watershed. I did attend the commissioners' meeting on Tuesday, and I did raise this issue and recommend that the district line be extended to the east into Gunnison County in order to keep the watershed intact. Commissioner Supis did agree with that and said that that made sense. But right now, the direction to the county for their letter has been two priorities. One is to keep Delta County intact, or if Delta County is to be divided along the current dividing line between current House District 61 and 54. But I just want to make clear that we need to keep our watershed intact, and the current map does not keep the watershed intact.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I guess not a question, but just I wanted to thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's very well written, and you make a lot of great points. I think the map helps immensely. The one thing I'm a little concerned with, and I don't know if our town attorney needs to look at this, it's the first bullet point on the first page. That would be page 60 of the packet. It says the way Delta County is divided and aligned with Mesa and a portion of Garfield County smacks of gerrymandering. So I don't know if that's a problem with us, with the board. That's my only concern with it.
And
thank you.
And if I could respond to that, I would say I'd leave it up to you as to the language you want to use there. Optically, it just looks like it was forced. That just seemed like the appropriate terminology to utilize. If there's another term that you would like to use, but that's the point of the message, is that optically the map doesn't look like it was drawn understanding communities of interests.
Right. And I'm not saying you're incorrect either.
Yep.
But I think the board would need to agree upon that.
Yep.
Thank you.
And if I could add another point, I was playing around with the Independent Commission's online redistricting map, and so I was able to put the sections together, and I'm happy to share that with you. I didn't have that at the time that I shared the draft, but if that would be helpful to you, I think the only issue there is getting the math correctly, and from our perspective, it's really about ensuring that the North Fork Valley and Gunnison County and the watershed remain intact, and kind of leave it up to others to do the math on this. So I don't know if you want to go that far as to recommend a district map that meets the mathematical number requirements. And just so that you know, on the House side, the population needs to be around 90,000, and on the Senate side, population needs to be about 165,000. So, but I'm happy to share that with you if that would be of interest.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
I agree with Trustee Johnson. I think that while gerrymandering is an accurate description of what's been put together, it may be a little more political than we want to be as a nonpartisan board. And I would suggest using the language that you just said about not adequately representing communities of interest instead.
Yes, Ms. Meck. I also, when I saw the maps, I was very disconcerted. Aligning Paonia with Garfield County seems to me absolutely against our interests and everything we have expressed as a board as far as what our desires are and our hopes are for our watershed and our airshed. And Garfield County is exactly the opposite. So aligning us with them would completely obliterate our voice in anything as far as the State House goes. So I definitely approve of this letter, with the changes in gerrymandering as well. All right. Anything else? All right. Anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Markham.
Thank you for your consideration tonight.
I just want to let you know I pulled up the maps of the current and the proposed districts. Oh, sorry.
Name Thomas.
Sorry. I already did it once, but Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. So I have the maps of the current and the proposed districts. Dave, if you want to see, I don't know if it's appropriate to do that at this time.
All right, would someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we approve the letters with the correction of communities of interest replacing gerrymander.
Do I have a second on that?
I second it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Rivera, for coming and speaking to us on this very important matter. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the Main Avenue fence. I believe, Mr. Nerlin, you would like to, again, state your desires on this?
Yeah, certainly. Coupled with that is there's a gentleman by the name of Aaron Huckstep that represents one of the parties that is a part of this dispute, and he's requested that he be able to call in. So if we could maybe take a couple minutes and get him on.
Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
I just have a comment.
Sure.
I'm concerned that we're going to be discussing something that's a legal matter that's under dispute right now, and that the results of our discussion in here could impact in one way or another that legal procedure. I'd rather just stay out of it and let the legal end take care of it rather than evaluating at this stage, because I'm afraid that the discussion could impact one way or the other, and I don't want to have that impact.
And that is my advice wholeheartedly. However, it was a specific recommendation or a specific agenda that the specific motion that this be placed on this agenda. So that's the direction from the board. But there is an ongoing dispute between neighbors, and if we do go into this discussion, I really would want to focus on the process. Frankly, I would recommend, along with Trustee Knudsen, that this, if you want to discuss process, it be tabled until if and when there's a resolution of that dispute. So.
Yes, Mr. Bear?
Well, this is a result of a citizen coming forward and telling us about an issue where our processes were not followed. And as I learned today, it also involves town property. So, you know, I would like to get some ideas of the processes and why they failed, and the resolution of the litigation or whatever they're in between the two neighbors is a matter of their business. But why did this happen?
While I can appreciate that, I do fear that just by the nature of this being a public discussion, that it could evolve into that specific discussion or avenue or venue. Now, that being said, the clerk is willing to weigh in with respect to what happened on the process. I think for the benefit of everybody, legal counsel has requested that they be able to call in. So if that's the direction that the board wants to go, I'm requesting that we have the opportunity to loop Mr. Huckstep in.
Mr. Beard?
Well, we have several members of the public here tonight that are interested in this process, and I think that this board moved to have it on the agenda. You know, we missed a meeting, now it's here. I think that we need to at least address it. Like I said before, the agreement between two neighbors is not our business. But why did the town process fail? Why did we actually end up in this position?
Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Attorney Nerlin said. We did have someone who specifically requested to call in for any discussion related to this, and if we're starting to get into a discussion, I think we should get that person on the phone before we continue. Whether it's to table or to talk more or whatever, I think we should honor their wishes and get
Okay,
them on.
and I think we need to be really, really clear, if we do this, is that we are discussing the town's process only. We are not discussing any other issues aside from the town's process. Mr. Knudsen?
I'd like to make a motion that we do not discuss this item tonight because of the legal ramifications.
Right. Can I have a second?
Second.
I think that that's a failure to the town's duty to represent our citizens. I think that this needs to be discussed.
Other discussion from the board? Yes. Ms. Budinger?
I'm not saying that we will not take this up. I'm saying that we table it until the issue has been resolved so that our discussion does not weigh on the merits of the case one way or the other.
Mr. Bear?
And irregardless of that discussion between those two neighbors, it also involves the encroachment of private citizens onto the town of Peonia's public right-of-ways. So I think it is time, and I think it does need to be addressed.
Further discussion from the board? Okay. Yes, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Bear. I think we do need to discuss
Okay.
this.
Sorry. Can we take a 5-minute recess, Mayor?
Prior to doing, at least, we have a motion on the table. I think we should finish the motion on the table prior, because it will make a difference as to
Sure.
whether we call in or not.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board?
Can you restate the motion, please?
That we table this until the matter has been settled legally. Okay. Members of the public? Yes.
Mary DeFranco, 7th Street. I would like to keep the lawyers out of this and just have a discussion on the process, and I don't really see the benefit of bringing Mr. Huckstead into this. That's just my personal, after being involved with this for a while, I'm not here to go through our litigation issues at all, but I agree it's about the process and what's going to happen with a fence on town property.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Watson.
I know there are people getting fence permits very frequently now, and I've heard feedback from community members saying, well, I got the permit and no one even came and looked at my fence. And I have a neighbor who's putting up a fence, and for some reason they think they have to have 3 feet on the corners. So they have this 4-foot fence that's dipping down to 3 feet now, and it looks really dumb. But I think this process, talking about the process, is really important, because I think there's a huge amount of misunderstanding and miscommunication. And I want to know why people even have to get fence permits if it's being done so poorly. The way that it's being done is not working. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes.
My name's... Am I on? Okay. I'm from High Country Printing, and we are connected to your alleyway that is...
Mayor, I feel like this is going off topic. Yeah.
We're not going to discuss the legal issues on this whatsoever. All we have is a motion now to table it or not. So if you want to speak to that motion.
To table it or not?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll bypass that then, is what I'll do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Sargent. I live at one of the properties in dispute. And I've lived within 50 miles of my property for 28 years. And I just wanted to say that I would like to table this discussion because it is in dispute and it will hopefully soon have a resolution. And I think that this discussion could greatly impact the settlement and the outcomes and all that kind of thing. I just wanted to put a face to a name that I'm a single woman with a child, and I put up a fence. That's my crime. So anyhow, I just want to say that I would ask that we table this.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Yes, Ms. Kent.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I think we've gone past the fact of tabling it. This should have been tabled if you guys didn't want to talk about it 3 meetings ago when it started. And I do think there needs to be a resolution and talk. We don't have to talk about the legalities of what's going on, but it needs taken care of. And you should, it's too late to back out.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson. I just want to know why the ordinance wasn't followed. If we have laws and we have ordinances, why are we not following them?
I mean, that's
Again.
totally off topic.
Okay, we are talking just about tabling this, that's all. That is the motion. All right. Anything else? All right.
I'm not sure how that is the legality of the lawsuit. That is
No,
how
we're just
things
talking
are
about
not properly
tabling the issue. All right. Anything else on tabling the issue alone?
Shireen Patterson, Rio Grande. I don't think this issue should be tabled. It's important to the town. It's important about the Planning Commission, who you're trying to find somebody to serve on these boards. It's important. And like the lady said on Minnesota Creek, it's way past time. And now you're going to think about tabling it? No, don't table it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right. We have a motion and a second to table this matter until the legal issues are solved. Oh, wait, Ms. Patterson?
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, if I may.
Okay.
I amend that we table the discussion for this evening due to the legal complications, and that we request a written report from staff with a detailed explanation of what happened with the process and what the plan is to address it going forward.
Okay, we have an amendment to the main motion to have a report from staff about what happened in the process and the remedies for that. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. So we'll go down now to the main motion to table this for tonight and get a written report from staff. All in favor?
I guess we already had discussion on this one, so we're not going to rediscuss the main motion. Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. This is tabled. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break if somebody would like to make a motion to that effect.
I move we take a 5-minute break.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, let's take a break. Let's get up, stretch our legs, go to the bathroom if we need to. Our town administrator is not here. Where did Corinne go? All right. Okay, all right. Mr. Nerlin, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, this is for introduction, getting some feedback from the trustees. The goal here was to undertake some code cleanup to reflect the passages of ballot issue 2C and 2D in 2020, and the passage of ordinance 2020-01, allowing for the licensing of retail and medical marijuana, and highlighting certain code provisions where they might be contrary to what was on the books, notwithstanding our severability position that existed. Felt like it would be good to clean it up. So that's what's before you this evening.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Nerlin about this? All right, seeing none. Anything? Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, just one. On packet page 74, that's ordinance page 3, section 5 at the top, the very last part of that paragraph says located in a residence and it's just kind of hanging. So I'm not sure if there's supposed to be more there.
Oh, sorry. It just needs like the ellipses there. Like that's only, for clarification, only that section 5 is being updated. And then, so it's incomplete. It just needs to be the code provision, the existing code provision. Does that make sense?
So you're just saying what comes after that in the existing code is not getting changed?
No, not being amended. So
okay.
Yeah, so it just needed to be.
So this is just the amendment.
Right, exactly. So it just would need to be the ellipses, and then on, if this is introduced on second reading, we'll be sure to include, so it's clear.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none.
I move that we approve this.
Oh, go Karen. Want to say that again, please, since we were talking over each other?
I move that we approve this first reading of the title, Ordinance 2021-07.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Let's move on to board review of debt reserve requirements and fund balances. Yes, Ms. Taddison?
Sorry, before we move on to the next agenda topic, I want to point out that a citizen brought to our attention that the appointment that we made for the Airport Advisory Committee does not meet the county's requirements for who should be on the advisory committee. So I would like to revisit that at the end of our agenda so that we can address any discrepancy between what we've done and what is in the county's regulations for that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
All right, board review of debt reserve requirements and fund balances. We were asked to table this until we can get better numbers. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
I'd like to make a motion that we table this until we have more understandable numbers.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that, but more understandable numbers means not page 20, 57, 63, 64, and 65, but a number.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me be specific.
Yeah.
That we would like to know the current balance of the reserve funds for water, sewer, and trash.
All right, so your motion then is table this until we have the current numbers for the fund balances for water, sewer, and trash, correct?
For
Or
reserve-
reserve balances
reserve
for
fund
water,
balances.
sewer, and trash. Okay, do we have a second?
Again, on the motion, we need to make this a date certain. This needs to come back to us at the next meeting.
Okay.
By the next, by the meeting of August 24th.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Okay, let's
Thank you,
make
Cliff.
sure we have the right motion then, that we have a motion to table this until we have actual numbers for the current situation of the reserves for water, sewer, and trash, and to be brought to the next meeting on August 24th.
It's not tabled until we have the numbers. It's tabled
Tabled.
until the meeting of the 24th. And we're asking for reserve balances in water, sewer, and trash.
Do you have the correct wording, Amanda? Okay. You still second? Huh? Read it back, yeah.
Okay. Table until the meeting of August 24th and bring current balance of the reserve balance for water, sewer, and trash. Is that-
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You okay with that, Bill?
I am okay with that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. Now let's move on to board review provided by Government Affairs, the short-term rental survey. Yes, Ms. Pattison.
Yeah, I want to state that I have a financial conflict of interest with this topic, and I'm leaving the room now. If any board member has questions that I could help answer, since I was involved with the Governmental Affairs and Public Safety Committee in terms of putting together the survey, or based on my own experience as a business owner, and experience with Airbnb, I'm happy to be available for that. But otherwise, I'm recusing myself as a board member from this discussion.
I was going to say, yeah, if you could move to the audience, and then if we have questions, you can answer them from the audience, and that way you don't have to. Yes, Mr. Nerl?
Yeah, two things. It's Ms. Pattison's decision in terms of if she wants to be present in the room or not, and or answer questions. And then two, and just to be clear, do you operate a short-term rental?
I run a lodging business. It's a commercial
Okay.
business in town, so it is
Yeah,
not
that's fine.
the
I'm
same
just
as a
trying to-
residential short-term rental, but it does compete with residential short-term rentals for visitors.
Just trying to understand what the nature of the conflict is.
Yep.
Thank you.
So it is up to you. I think it would be beneficial to the board if we have questions, and you can answer those questions without taking part in any of this discussion whatsoever.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. I'll be in the audience. If any board member would like me to leave the room, I am also happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr.
I
Bear.
would request that Ms. Patterson not leave the room. She needs to sit through all this discussion just like the rest of us.
Second.
All right. I guess, Mr. Johnson, then you are on the spot. Now, there were several questions posed in your GAPS committee overview. Are you looking for answers from the board as far as those questions, or what would you like from the board?
Right now, this is the information that we gathered from the surveys, and we're putting it out to you. And you know, again, yeah, a lot of these questions are you know, just the responses, and yeah, I guess we'd like board direction on what your thoughts are on this survey.
Okay. Comments from the board on the survey and or the questions from the GAPS committee? Yes, Mr. Bear.
Well, one of the things that I think that short-term rentals needs to address is going to have to be parking and taxes. So that's my two points of interest in this process.
So a question for Mr. Nerlin then. If we were to want to impose occupational taxes, we would have to take this to the voters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And could we do that?
Now, you still have a sales tax that would apply.
But that's already in place,
Right.
correct?
Right.
And it would just, what would be the mechanism then to make sure that that sales tax is collected from short-term rent?
It's your tip. I mean, usually it's an issue that many municipalities actually run into. Sometimes it's enforcement wherein you have staff searching VRBO and other websites to see, you know, it's the same kind of tracking mechanism that we have with other sales tax collection in terms of it being done by the state and just trying to verify, so.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
If you look on page 82 of the packet, it's question number 4. It says, how do STRs impact each of the following? And one of those is parking availability. And actually, you'll see that the survey shows that there is actually no impact. No impact is higher than what a negative impact is. That's what we received on our replies.
Okay. So I want to do a follow-up question for Mr. Nerland. So if we were to put this on a ballot, could we do it on the April ballot when we elect our next town board members?
I believe so. There was just a change in municipal finance where it went to from even years to odd years for taxing questions, but I think it's effective 2023. So that might be a question for the clerk actually. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I think that's a really good idea to bring it to the voters because there's a variety of opinions shown on this survey, and we have no idea on the responses who was a Airbnb owner or VRBO owner and who was not. At least as far as how do they impact on the impact question, we don't know. Are these what part of the responses are owners or not? So I like the idea of bringing it in. I've also feel pretty strongly about out of the area ownership, where someone is living in California, having a house here that a manager is paid to manage, and there's those are the nightmares I hear about Airbnb and short-term rentals, is that it's an out-of-town owner who has a management company running it, and the neighbors are disturbed by it, and there's no way to get action. And we hear that then here, in the town. We'd have people complaining. So I don't know if we can force people to have to, be local management, but I also like the idea of leveling the playing field between the hotels, the people that are Airbnb, because that's direct competition. And it seems like there's a huge advantage to the people that are doing the short-term rentals. I don't want to take the ability of homeowners that live here being able to choose that. I definitely was impacted by the comments that people made about, I want to be able to do with my property what I want to be able to do, and that the comment also that some Airbnb places are much better kept than the long-term rentals, which I think is pretty true in our town too. So those are some general comments.
Other comments from the board? Yes, Ms. Budinger.
There has to be a way, it's again from my business registrations, if we're going to try to see if we can collect sales tax, we need to know who's collecting it that should be giving it to us. So we have to have a way of registering these places. There needs to be. And the survey says that they're okay with the registration. Then the thing is, how do we enforce it? How do we enforce anything? And how many police do we need more?
Ms. Meck.
So we did receive a letter from a citizen, far too late to be in the packet, but she is very much for short-term rentals. She makes it very clear. But I think her last couple of sentences just need addressing, I think. She says, I agree we need long-term rentals, but we also need short-term rentals. If you rule against STR, it would force me, if I were a homeowner here, to rent my housing long-term. I personally don't have anything against STRs. I would like to see a taxing structure in place. But speaking for myself, I can't speak for the board, but I haven't heard anything from this board that we would rule against STR. So I just want to kind of nip that in the bud. Thank you.
And I was struck by that comment as well. It's like, I don't think we have ever said anything about stopping STRs. What we want to do is find out who they are, where they are, and register them, and then maybe tax them. I think it's fair to charge them occupational tax, just like the hotels and motels have to pay occupational tax too. So why can't they pay occupational tax just like everybody else does? Ms. Bender.
The other thing was, I noticed that 8% of these people have facilities that have a kitchen. I mean, a whole kitchen. They could be rented as long-term rentals. The other ones that are just a room in somebody's house could not be a long-term rental in any case.
And it does come down to enforcement as well. I mean, whatever rules and laws we make, we need a mechanism for enforcing them, or what is the point of passing those rules and laws? So looking at that whole enforcement issue, as far as going down the questions that were on the page, 79 in the packet, I like the definition of short-term rentals. And defining what a residential, a home-based business, and a commercial use are probably good. And, you know, the other idea, too, that we need to consider is grandfathering in some manner those people who are already operating those businesses in their backyards or in accessory buildings versus people who want to start new ones, too. And is there going to be a difference in registration requirements and all the rest of that? And I don't know that GAPS needs to take up long-term rentals as a separate thing. I think we've long-term, you know, we have established long-term rentals. I don't think that we need to do any more legislation or looking at long-term rentals at all. One less thing for GAPS to do. Yes, Ms. Button.
That we do need is we need a housing survey. I mean, this is a beautiful survey. This is really well done and great for short-term rentals. But for the town of Paonia to get funding for, say, affordable housing, they want to know your housing survey. We don't have one, and it's for grants. We need it not only for the short-term rental taxing, but we need to know for getting grants.
And I know the town administrator at one point had found something that we might be able to use, correct me if I'm wrong, to do a housing survey.
Yes, I did locate a template that we can fill in with some of our own data to get some, we can use as just to get some rough information. It's not an actual survey, but at least gives us some information on what we have in town.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I'd like to hear from Citizen Pattison if the questions that needed to be answered were answered.
Michelle Pattison, 302 2nd Street. I have so much I want to say on this topic. In terms of your specific question, whether the questions have been answered, I don't think so. I think a big question is how we define short-term rentals and whether we designate them as residential, home-based business, or commercial use, and then how we apply our code to each of those uses. So our code right now has some kind of strange, frankly, definitions on dwelling unit, bed and breakfast, and boarding house that are not, they don't serve us well, I think, for consistent definitions for how people are actually using their residential units in town. There's a suggestion or a question from GAPS on whether we should incorporate and adopt the language from the International Building Code and how they deal with these issues. I think they do a better job of defining the uses than we do, and I think we could build from there. But I do think it's going to be some board direction on where we draw those lines between residential, home-based business, and commercial use, and how our existing code, or if we need to modify the code, to properly apply those definitions. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
So do we have any input from other communities as to how those that regulate short-term rentals, what they classify them as? Is it a residential use, home-based business, or a commercial use? And maybe gathering that information. I don't know, does Ridgeway...
It's residential use.
Okay. And so Hotchkiss doesn't have anything on the books about short-term rentals? Okay. And since we steal from Ridgeway a lot, maybe we should steal from Ridgeway again.
Sure. And just a couple other concepts, because we're talking about Ridgeway. They have a licensing cap in terms of the number of short-term rentals that can be allowed within the community. The reason that the council did that is they were concerned about losing long-term renting and nature characteristic of the neighborhoods. And then coupled with that is if you are doing a short-term rental, you have to have either a long-term tenant or be present on site, like if it's an ADU, so as to prevent that situation that Trustee Knutson had highlighted in terms of having people that live out of state.
And how did they come up with their cap? Do you know? Okay. So, any other questions from the board? Yes. I was just sick. I was going to get to the public in just one second. I wanted to make sure the board was done before we moved on to the public. And it looks like they are. So, Mr. Merkel.
Okay, Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street again. And I know I talk a lot, but this is a topic which I have elaborate experience with. So I would like to put myself at your disposal for details and questions and specifics about how short-term rentals work. And I'm also a landlord, not in Paonia, but have been in out of state for 10 years. So I also have experience on that side of the housing process. So first off, I want to let you know that regarding enforcement and collecting taxes, there is no issue whatsoever with how taxes will be collected if you choose to propose one, because all of these services are done through third parties, Airbnb, VRBO. So all you have to do is submit to those guys that there is a tax in Paonia. They will update the listings and bill it and submit it accordingly. So that means that you don't need a registration or anything like that in order to enforce it. All you have to do is create one. And by that same process, the current hospitality taxes are already collected. For anybody running an Airbnb or a VRBO, they are paying their hospitality taxes to the state. So absolutely, yes.
Question is, then Paonia doesn't get any of that because we don't have the structure in place to...
Correct, yes. Yes, if you choose to create a hospitality tax or an occupational tax or however you want to phrase it, you can have one, you know, and the sales tax is also submitted. Our 3% sales tax is submitted by these companies. Basically, the person hosts, the host does the work, the guest sends the money to Airbnb, they take their cut, they give the cut to the state and whoever else, and then the host gets the leftovers. Which brings me to my kind of the core of the issue for me is that I run a business. I have a commercial property that I pay 29% tax on whereas residential is 7. I'm sorry, 21. I think 21 and 7, something like that right now. So I am set at a distinct disadvantage for my operational costs and the way that I work versus someone running an Airbnb out of their home. Whether they live there or not, they have much lower taxes. They have insurance coverage through their homeowner's insurance rather than commercial insurance, which is much less expensive. They have residential tap fees, of which they only pay one, generally. And the overall effect is that it's unfair competition to me to try and say, okay, well, I'm going to do this by the rules of the state and how it's been done for however many years. And now we have a loophole where you can use your house as a hotel and you can bring the public in, but you don't have to follow the rules of everybody else that does the same process. So I would like to see a more equitable process. I think that it would be really tricky to try and rezone everybody who does a short-term rental as commercial. I don't think that that's reasonable. I don't know how to make that fair, honestly, but I do think that to Trustee Knudsen's point, that having people who live out of state, or even there are investment companies that do this at this point, or banks that buy property, operate short-term rentals, and never consider doing a long-term rental or using it for anything else. So it is possible to create, update our ordinances so that, for example, someone has to live on site. The owner has to live on site. It could be secondary units only, maybe, or non-secondary units. Could be only primary units where you're renting a room out of your house rather than a separate kitchen, bath, dining area. There's lots of ways to do this. I think that Michelle's point about the definitions is really helpful, because I've come across some definitions that are useless, basically, in doing this. So I think that in order to be balanced, the best approach that I can see, which Bo described in Ridgeway, and my research in Denver pointed me to a similar situation, is where there's a certain amount of short-term rentals allowed in a residential zone in order to maintain the character of the neighborhood, in order to produce long-term rentals. And I don't know any landlords in Paonia, so I don't know what the process is like. My understanding is that it's pretty difficult to keep your place in good shape with a long-term rental. So nobody can be blamed, I think, for trying to get more money for less wear on their property. But I just think it's harming our community to have long-term rental space unavailable to people who may want to use it. And
I have a question for you, and I don't know if you can answer this or not. Do you know if there are any short-term rentals that do not go through Airbnb or VRBO or one of those things?
Well, my place.
But you're more a hostel. You're a different kind of organization.
No, as a small residence, I would not imagine it's a matter of marketing. Is what happens, and we list all of our rooms on Airbnb as well as through our website, or available for calls. And I would say, I don't have hard numbers, but I would certainly, the majority of our bookings are Airbnb, and I would guess probably close to 70% or more of our bookings come through Airbnb. So it's a matter of market reach and advertising, making it available so that people can find it. I think if you wanted to run a single room, short-term rental, it's feasible, but you'd have a hard time finding people.
So I guess I would somewhat disagree with that, just because I've got a personal experience where we live next to a VRBO, and there's like the person that rents it out, they're on site, and like they're always trying to work a deal that's not through one of these third-party agencies for like repeat booking.
That's fair.
So a family will come for Labor Day, they'll say, oh, we loved it, and she'll say, well, hey, if you want to book it for next Labor Day, do it through me, and then you don't have to pay through the site.
That's
so
true.
there are those situations.
Right. Yeah. But that site would still have a listing with Airbnb, so you'd be aware of the use of it. Yeah, but as far as the tax collection for those additional days, you're correct. Yeah, that would be a tax avoidance scheme. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you
Yep,
very
thank you.
much. Any other comments from the public? Yes, Ms. Watts.
It would be helpful to see a compilation of the Colorado Department of Revenue rules for sales taxes and lodging. I mean, I haven't seen it, and it would be kind of interesting to see what qualifies, what their definitions are, if there was some way of getting that information to the public and the council. And then the other question that I just have is, what's the difference between a business and a hobby? And I know it probably sounds funny, but you know, I'm thinking of a lemonade stand versus the corner diner. I mean, I know of someone who for the last 18 years in the summertime has SCI students staying in her 2 spare bedrooms. She's a single person. She's got a big house. Are you not allowed to have a big house when you're a single